Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is a sound check. 1, 2, 3 test. Welcome to Nuclear Days 2025, held for the 15th time on the premises of the New Technologies for Information Society building. 1, 2, 3, okay?
Prosím? Čeština je v pořádku, ale angličtina je někde problém. Ne, to...
Jo, Arsenal, jo, to je hratelný všechno. Je. Já jsem ještě jako tradici, ale stejně, když se prezentuje, tak si sednou necháme to dodavu, protože nevidíte na těch malých ukazovkách a nevidíte nic. Máte? Objem. Žádnou značku šampon. No, má tady za rohem. Dávám tam ruky. Svobodné akademické. Tam jsou právě tyhle věci to je takové virtuální leto. Já jsem ti posílal ten, Já to říkám blokační. Já jsem chválej a pořádný, to bude jak jo, a nechci vrátit na to. Kamera dělá koncert, Marcias, ale bude, že vás mohou kůžkou na festivále krátko na to. Ale to se to pomáhá. Jednou to pokud je odpoledne odjela, tak je to dvakrát to běžno. To už to nedělá fakt jenom tady. Já už to nedělám. Nevíš, no, tak je velký základ. Ale to ti Radek řekne, on mě tak to pravda jako děčer vždycky. Já už teď. Nejde. A potom já bych si tohle že jsme budeme ještě o čem? To nebudu ne, tak prostě Dobrý. Mě případně nevadí, jak se na to díváme. Jo.
Oh, so that's the meeting, okay. No, we met yesterday, I know. Yeah. But they are very. So. So. I had. Yeah, I will. Yeah. I got this. So yesterday, I found a bird of the person. Is a person. I don't know. Well, so I will have a line. So, my page. Yeah. So we have a free sample that the university graduation. We have to go from the general industry to Spain and management for and then there's a picture of that. Of course, all three of them we need a space for the university. That's for the general and for the with them if you have 1,000.
Učí, tam bude Petr. Petr, tady je. Krásně. Tady. Teď mi řekni, kde jsem nechala ty věci.
Connect your people within the chat with the outline and the I saw my I'm busy. I have no time
It's just a person. So,
yes, yeah. Okay, I will. Let's.
Right, I mean.
Yeah. With the. Volala se architekty. No, mám si to tam dá a jo, to dá.
Já jsem si tady namačkanej, no to nevadí. Jo. Jo. Se posunu, abych se díval takhle, teda, nebude vám to vadit. Jo, že bych si...
Ale já to říkám někdo.
Jo, že bych si s ním... Jo, že bych si s ním prokecnul pár věcí takhle. Jo. A teď nevím, komu mám dát prezent. Tam na panu kolegovi, jako vždycky. Se známe od Loňska. Jo.
Já vím, kde to je. Ale tady bylo. Dneska vidíš, který tady? Ne, ne, ne.
Dobrý. Jo, já jsem samozřejmě. Čau. Jsem viděl. Ten se omlouval. Že bych na té konferenci byl, ale já nemám svoji To jsem právě
Bez problémů, počkám určitě.
Vážně, to je důvod, proč se to nevypíná, je, že když se zapne, tak trvá 5 vteřin, než se spojí a naběhne. Začnou mluvit a začnou cítit, proč to nefunguje.
Přesně tak.
Proč prostřed doba je ten je spojené, ale nebere to spolu. Takže musím dát to a čekaj si.
Slovo standby.
No takhle 4 mikrofony. Připravený. Tak 4 mikrofony. To nevadí, aspoň já. Takhle. Jste se snažil, jasný. Musíme do mikrofonu. Někdo asi centimetrů.
Nebo tamhle.
Budete mít jak mikrofony a kdo bude prezentovat.
Dobrý den, zase po roce.
Tam 4.
To nevadí. Tady nějak se tady srovnáme. Ne, pro vás.
Tam bylo někde jako vybočené. Dámy a pánové, začínáme, prosím.
Krásné dopoledne, vážené dámy, vážení
Good morning,
pánové.
ladies and gentlemen.
Dovolte, abych vás přivítala zde
Allow
na
me
půdě
to welcome
Západočeské
you
univerzity
here
v
on the
Plzni na
premises
dalším
of the
ročníku
University of
jaderných
West
dnů.
Bohemia to the
Jaderné
next
dny se v
edition
Plzni
of
konají
the
po
Nuclear
15.
Days.
a po
This
9.
conference is
právě
being
zde na
held for the
Západočeské
15th
univerzitě.
time and
Ta
for
je
the
také
9th time
pořádá
here on the premises of the
společně se
University of
školou
West
JS,
Bohemia.
která je
Skoda
generálním
JS
partnerem
is the general
a
partner
sdružením
together with the
Czech Nuclear
University of West
Education
Bohemia
Network,
and Czech
což je sdružení vysokých
educational
škol, které vyučují jaderné
network.
obory.
So the Nuclear
Cílem je
Education
vzbudit
Network, excuse
zájem
me.
o jadernou energetiku nejen
The
mezi
purpose
studujícími,
of
ale i u
the effort is
veřejnosti
to
a pomoci
raise
tak
awareness
odstranit
and
některé
create
mýty,
interest in
které kolem
studying nuclear
využívání
sciences
jaderné
and also
energie
spread
panují.
awareness in the general public and also
Organizátoři
to dispel
připravili i
some
letos
myths
dvoudenní
that surround
mezinárodní
nuclear
konferenci,
energy.
na níž vystoupí řada
There'll
významných
be
českých
a
i
number of
zahraničních odborníků.
major or key
konference
speakers
je
from
jaderná
abroad as well as
energie
the
a
Czech Republic
energetická
during the
bezpečnost
conference
Evropy
and
a přednášky
nuclear
bude letos
energy and
nově
Europe's
nahradí
energy
panelová
security
diskuze.
will be the
Mezi
main
řečníky
topic,
bude
and
například
there'll be
Tomáš
panel
Eller,
discussions.
vrchní
Tomáš
ředitel
Eller will be
sekce
one of the
jaderné
speakers,
energetiky Ministerstva
head of the
průmyslu a obchodu České
section
republiky,
of nuclear energy
generální
at the
ředitel
Ministry of Industry
elektrárny
and Trade of
Dukovany
Czech
2
Republic,
Petr
the General
Závodský,
Director
nebo
of Dukovany
prezident
2, Petr
francouzské
Závodský,
poradenské
or for
společnosti
instance,
NUC
the
Advisory
President of the
Jan
NUC Advisor, the French consultancy,
Mikrofonu
Jan
se při
Barta.
panelové diskuzi ujme analytik a publicista Jan Žižka.
Analyst Jan Žižka will
Konferenci
be the
poskytli záštitu
moderator.
ministr průmyslu a obchodu Lukáš Vlček, rektor
Tomáš Vlček,
Západočeské
the Minister of
univerzity v
Industry
Plzni
and Trade,
Miroslav Lávička,
provided the auspices together with the Rector of Chancellor of the University of West Bohemia, Miroslav Lávička, Vojtěch Petráček, the President of the Czech Technical University, and the President of the Pilsen region, Kamal Farhan. These were so kind to provide the auspices. There'll be an exhibition running in parallel in the auditorium of the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, and the opening of the exhibition starts at roughly 13:45 after the first block, and you're very cordially invited. Towards the end of the panel discussion, we'll also announce the outcome of the competition of student entries that can be seen on the posters right in front of this hall. There'll be also accompanying lectures for secondary school students. The winners will get a talent. For instance, from natural nuclear reactor to nuclear energy will be one of the topics, or for instance, environment and radioactive waste. These will be, for instance, the topics covered by these lectures. We hope and believe that it might be of interest to secondary school students and schools such as grammar schools to be able to look at where next they could go in terms of studies. And I want to also mention the contributing factor, which is an accompanying program that will also make people aware of other technical disciplines. And younger students or pupils can also come to see a truck full of various pieces of equipment to be seen for them. You can see the truck here on the premises of the University of West Bohemia, and you can see it tomorrow afternoon. You're very cordially invited. So that's about this year's conference in a nutshell. And now I'd like to hand over to the Chancellor of the University of West Bohemia, Miroslav Lávička. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning to all of you. On behalf of the management of the University of West Bohemia, I'd like to welcome you all on the premises of our university. It's truly an honor for our university to provide premises and the auspices to technologies that have a major impact on the future of our country and Europe. We are living at a time where this becomes part of the public debate. The summer period blackout we experienced in the Czech Republic means that we all realize very painfully that there needs to be a good supply of reliable resources. And nuclear energy is finding its way back to the energy mixes of individual countries. We are getting ready for building the next unit in Dukovany. And one of the major challenges will be who is going to design, build, and operate these nuclear power plants. The estimates are that there will be thousands of experts needed for this. And by definition, by extension, this faculty and this university obviously will have a role to play. And there are various fields such as informatics, IT technology, mechanical engineering, etc., that will be needed. And our industrial partners also contribute to that. We want our graduates not to be just able to respond to the current demand, but also to contribute to further development of this field. I truly value the cooperation we've been enjoying with our partners. Thanks to our partners, we can show our students that technical disciplines are not just theoretic and abstract, but really connected to practice. This year, we are organizing an experience for our students that will allow people to experience technology firsthand. Kings is our great partner from Korea. We're very grateful to have them. And this is something that opens the way to cooperation and to sharing know-how between South Korea and the Czech Republic. This is the approach we are going to need even more so in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, there are challenges that we're facing that can't be just resolved overnight. We need a new strategy. We need courage to invest into education and joint effort, concerted effort by the state and education facilities and industrial partners. I believe conferences like this contribute to this effort. Thank you very much. I hope this will be full of information and also willingness to combine the development of nuclear energy sector in the Czech Republic with reliability and responsibility. Thank you and have a great conference. Thanks to Chancellor Lavička for his opening words. And now I'd like to hand over to Jan Zdebor from the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering of the University of West Bohemia. He is the prime organizer of this year's Nuclear Days Conference. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this year's Nuclear Days Conference. As has been mentioned, this is the 15th edition. And to start our presentation, let me spend some time remembering the doyen, the spiritual father, Associate Professor František Heřičky. He unfortunately demised last year. If I may say so, please, let's spend a minute of silence to pay tribute to him. Thank you. Thank you. The 15th edition of Nuclear Days, and it's quite interesting to see how time is flying. By the way, 15 years ago, we started off at Techmania Center in Pilsen, and it was way more modest. We didn't pull out to the international conference. But as the Chancellor already mentioned, the time is such that not only challenges is the thing that we're facing, but also there are also opportunities and also the need for young people to be more interested in this field. So hopefully this conference will contribute to that. Let me just remind you of the fact that this is the 61st year that nuclear sciences are being taught at this university. I hope the slide comes up. Yes, this is it. 61 years of teaching nuclear sciences here at the university. This is a copy of the almanac of our graduates, and this is from 1964, which is the first year that the first graduates of nuclear sciences really were leaving the doors of this university. And some of you now in very interesting positions and having had great careers are the graduates of this. Let me remind you of one more anniversary. That is the 40th anniversary of the launch of the first unit at the Dukovany nuclear power plant. It was the last year, in fact, the first unit actually was launched at Bohunice and the fourth block at Bohunice. But I'm just saying this in order to remind ourselves of the fact that there's a long tradition of nuclear engineering in the Czech Republic. And in closing my remarks, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank gratefully to our partners who have had a lion's share in pulling this off. The general partner of the Nuclear Days Conference is Skoda JS.
Tak děkuji. Platinum partner
partners are two Korean companies at NC Technology.
Predicting changes that will happen a decade from now, we consider the energy value that will stay true even after a century. Energy technology that preserves the value of the nature and seeks equitable distribution of wellness enjoyed by all mankind. Starting from nuclear energy, we are building a sustainable nuclear engineering platform for the future society, free of energy worries. FNC.
A dalším platinovým partnerem
And another platinum partner is Korean King's Echo International Nuclear Graduate School.
The founding of King's was closely tied to Korea's landmark achievement in securing the contract for the Baraka nuclear power plant.
2009년 바라카 원전 수주를 계기로 원자력 발전의 설계, 건설, 운영, 폐쇄까지의 전 생애 주기에 대한 실무적인 경험을 갖추고 국제적인 감각까지 갖고 있는 원자력 전문가를 양성하기 위한 국제 원자력 대학원 대학으로 설립되었습니다.
Since then, students from across the globe have chosen King's to explore Korea's leading nuclear technology. King's has graduated to 188 nuclear energy specialists from 33 different countries since 2012.
I came to Korea from the Brno University of Technology. My background was energetic and thermomechanical engineering. Like King's is amazing university because the professors are really the experts on their fields. The Korean style of studying is a little bit different than the European style because you are more focused on practical parts like the semester project, where you can get more knowledge about the practical information and not only about the exams and theoretical information.
킹스는 IAEA에서도 인정하고 있는 매우 성공적인 원자력 전문 인력 양성 기관입니다. 최근에 체코 원전 수출과 관련해서는 체코의 유수 대학인 브루노 공대에 킹스 원자력 협력센터를 설립하고 있는데 이와 같은 형태의 해외 진출도 더욱 활발해질 것입니다.
Děkuji. A ještě bych rád
Thank you. And now the golden partners of our Nuclear Days Conference, Advacam, Dosan Skora Power, Korea Hydro Nuclear Power, the Pilsen Administrative Region, MVMIT, the Research Institute in JES, and Sural. Silver partners, Energy Safety Group, Mitra Energy, Sigma, ZAT, and media partners of the conference are All for Power, Nuclear Energy, JE, and Promyslové Spectrum. We're also supported by the Czech Nuclear Society and the TES company. So many thanks to all of you that support us and help us organize our Nuclear Days Conference. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the official opening of our conference. And thank you very much for coming, and I hope and believe that you will be actively engaged. You might have noticed that we have a slightly different format of our conference. So it is not a presentation type of a conference, but rather round tables. So let's start with the first panel discussion or round table discussion. We already have the speakers at the table, so let me welcome them once again and thank them for participating. You can see that we have quite a few panelists for the first panel discussion, so that's a great chance to learn whatever we are interested in. So let me pass the floor to the moderator of the first panel discussion, Mr. Žižka. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me a chance to moderate, to facilitate a few panel discussions. Okay, I apologize. The mic was on. So once again, I'm really grateful for being given the role of a moderator of a few panel discussions at this beautiful university. We have excellent panelists. So 9 panelists. I was thinking about it. I probably have never had such a large panel in the past. But it can be quite interesting to have so many panelists. We asked the participants, the panelists, to have very short introductory presentations, 5 to 10 minutes, and then we hopefully will have time for discussion. So I will have questions as a moderator, but of course I want to give the floor to you, the audience, to ask questions as well. Our opening discussion, opening panel is interesting because we're discussing new nuclear sources. And of course, we've progressed a little bit in the quotes. I am a journalist, and as a journalist and as an observer, I was interested in nuclear energy already in the times when the tender for Temelin was opened for the first time. And we used to be optimists, then our optimism was cooled a little bit. But I must say that in the past 15 years, we have progressed. And the question is, and that's also a question for the discussion to the panelists, how far have we gone? How far have we progressed? And what risks and what opportunities we still have in front of us? So as for new nuclear sources, as the main title of the panel discussion, and it's also closely linked to the overall title of the conference, Nuclear Energy and Nuclear Safety in Europe. We've already heard in the introduction that we had problems in the distribution networks in the past, recent past. We had a number of blackouts. And of course, having stable nuclear sources might help us prevent such problems. So it's a very important topic, an interesting topic, new nuclear sources, and that's what the first panel will focus on. And in the Czech European or global framework, we've been recently talking a lot about the renaissance of nuclear sources and what challenges we have in front of us. And how far we still have to go to achieve this renaissance, because so far we've been just talking about it. It's not that we would be building many new nuclear units in Europe yet. So the question is how far we have progressed towards that renaissance of nuclear sources. Let me introduce the panelists of our first panel discussion, and I'll take it in alphabet order. So Mr. Patak, the president of Nuke Advisor. Martin Čermák, the CEO and chair of the board of Sokolská uhelná, Tomáš Eller from the Ministry of Industry and Trade, the director of the Nuclear Energy Sources, František Peček, the CEO and chair of the board of Škoda JS, then Mr. Mika, advisor to KHNP, Mr. Berlik from the Alliance of Czech Energy, the head of the Department of the Trade Department, Produsen Škoda Power, Winkler from Strategy Chips, and Petr Závodský, who's the chair of the board of PAS and the CEO of EDU2. So for the first time, I'm not introducing you as a representative of the ČEZ, but only as EDU2, EDU2. So I took it in the alphabetical order, introduce you, but you should have your presentations in a slightly different order, different sequence. According to the logic of what we want to talk about in the first panel discussion about the new nuclear sources. So first the sources, then the overall context, the distribution system, and then we will move to EDU2 and the HNP, and then we have representatives of a number of Czech companies, because that is also important engagement of Czech companies and Czech industry in the development of new nuclear sources in the Czech Republic. So let me now give the floor to Tomáš to have the first speech. So good morning, dear Chancellor, dear guests. Thank you for inviting me. And it's already my 5th time at this conference. So I have not been with you from the very start, but I am here. So I would like to first of all thank you, just as every year, thank you for the efforts to organize today's conference. And also thank you for changing the format of the conference. We have fewer presentations, theoretical presentations, and we have more discussions. So I will try to speak maybe for 5-10 minutes maximum, just to give you an introduction, and then let's discuss. And also many thanks to our colleagues and the delegation of KHNP. Yesterday we opened the Czech Korean Center of Nuclear Cooperation. We have a similar center in Brno, so many thanks for that, and I'm glad that you cooperate to that extent with our universities. So very briefly to the nuclear sources. The task was to speak about the EU and the Czech Republic and new nuclear sources. I have 4 women at home, so I am used to listening. So I will listen to the orders and stick to the structure. So what is positive? apart from the real steps that we've taken. It is positive that there is a strong and continuous support to the further development of nuclear sources. Maybe yesterday you listened to our Czech TV in the evening, where they talked about very strong support to nuclear sources. It's also reflected in our state budget. And it's not just about words in front of cameras, but yesterday a committee on energy had a closed meeting, and it is obvious that the nuclear sources have a strong political support. So just a few slides about where we are in the EU. So at this moment, more than half of the EU member states plan or actively prepare for building new nuclear sources. And the Nuclear Alliance, the group that we formed 2 years ago with France, already includes more than half of the EU member states. So that's one of the pillars that we can build on.
In terms of the estimates of installed capacity, that's the graph on the right. This thing, or the strategic program, the policy document, the estimate is between 100 and 150 gigawatts by 2050, based on both building new resources as well as expanding the current ones, and also including small and medium-sized reactors. Reasonably positive outcomes can be expected to have, or labeled to have, come from the French-German forum from the last week. Reasonably positive outcome, I'd say, in that Germany should no longer block the energy development. Also, simply including the letter from Ursula von der Leyen, the chair of the European Commission, there simply is no key sustained support from the commissioners. But so the new strategic framework will be important from the European Commission, and whether it does or not include the support and financial frameworks for supporting nuclear resources. That will be important. Where the European Commission or European Union faces challenges would be obviously the household electricity prices. If you look at the household electricity prices, really high prices. If you look at high up, in general, the electricity prices, and no continent in the world is more expensive when it comes to household electricity prices. We know that there are more factors and aspects at play here when it comes to the price structure, the regulated component of it being the main thing. But I would support the idea of boosting decarbonization, etc., and effectiveness. But we should also think about how nuclear energy can contribute to reducing energy prices. It has major impacts. We should be thinking about the systemic costs, which is the cost of building and operating the grid, which without nuclear power is going to be considerably more expensive than if it is built only on renewable sources of energy. If you look at the countries like Switzerland, it really makes sense when you explain this in terms of the TOTEX, the total expenditure, capital expenditure. It really comes out great if you look at it this way and if you go that pathway. A new study is going to be done for Korea, and Sizewell C is the main argument for Sizewell C is the great saving of 2 billion per year. A few words about this slide, something we've already discussed in the past. Nuclear power is cheap. That must not be the only argument for it, but the whole system, when the energy mix, when you do include nuclear power, is more affordable. I've taken the liberty of preparing some data, some facts and figures. This will be up to the level of the variable cost, and the rest will be topped up through various mechanisms like CFD or through any other form. What I wanted to highlight here are two aspects. From the point of view of the Czech Republic, also for competitiveness of these resources, the type of contracting. So it's important how you go about selecting your partner. And second, how you go about setting the mechanism of support, which should be always directed or dictated by the willingness to or effort to reduce prices and making electricity more affordable. Hinkley Point is a good example here. The break-even point is about £140 per megawatt hour. But if you compare that to other types of power plants, nuclear power plant is still better, the better option, the more affordable option, also for Hinkley Point. And also for after 35 years, then this will come into the model of variable cost. The models are various. The various models that can be applied. That's between 80 to 200. But competitive pricing, the top-up model being switched over after 40 years, that's something that will play a role. And this is the way to go forward. So nuclear power is more affordable. I will let Petr Závodský to speak about Dukovany. I just want to make sure that you understand that having signed the contract, the state is providing a number of supporting mechanisms, notification, extending the support from Unit 1 to Unit 2, and a number of other things to mitigate potential negative impacts, such as boosting the transport infrastructure, support of the region, support of human resources, research and development, providing visa to our, for instance, Korean partners, or going forward, also for people coming from other countries. The MPC contract also includes other units for Temelín as the government laid down the task. We simply can use the EPC contract, which has served well and generating synergies and economies of scale. The second pillar and the third pillar is something that we are already working on, and this is for the small and mid-sized reactors. And I do realize that you have a panel on this. CEZ is declaring that they want to have the first of kind or next of kind. So working together with Rolls-Royce, with the UK, working with authorities, licensing, etc., etc. So again, my time is up, so I'm going to finish soon. I just want to thank once again the University of West Bohemia for spending the time to cover all the necessary areas. It's a fairly complex area, isn't it? Regulation is becoming ever so complex. And when I went to a site last week, I was looking at how the text gets by resolving the issues of Green Deal. You see the picture on the down left. But I want to assure you that there is no such easy solution for nuclear power. Thank you.
moc panu Ellerovi.
Thank you, Mr. Eller. I'm just thinking, when you mentioned Germany, when I do talk to my German counterparts at various conferences, various different interpretations of what the approach of Germany really is towards nuclear power, saying something like, oh, nothing has really changed, just political talks, just political jargon. We'll see how things go really in practice. But on the other hand, we also see some major shifts in Western Europe that used to be skeptical toward nuclear, with the exception of France, of course. Think about the Netherlands and Sweden. They've been swayed towards nuclear energy. Then Belgium, the UK, of course, but also Belgium and countries like Denmark, for instance. So it looks like that at least the member states, we'll see how the European Commission goes about it, but at least some of the member states have really shifted towards being pro-nuclear. Now I'd like to hand over to an expert who knows France very well, of course, by definition, but we're talking about political consequences and associations. Jan Bata, you know him, and I'm sure that you normally have longer talks, but given this format, I'd like to ask you to be brief and just to bring up a couple of questions that we then discuss during the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's also my at least fifth or maybe sixth time at this conference, and I must say, I must admit that the change of the format slightly disrupted my plan. I have only some 10 slides in my presentation, but still, I'm not sure whether I can make it in 5 or 10 minutes. So I'll try to limit my presentation as much as possible. As old as I am, I try to avoid large conferences, but I really enjoy coming to Pilsen. You probably meet each other much more often at various other events. But what I like here in Pilsen is that the conference is organized by a university. That is exceptional. Usually it doesn't happen. Usually it's the organizers really want a lot for participation, let's say $1,000 to allow you to participate. So, of course, when we speak about nuclear energy, it is all about skills and competencies and raising new talents, educating new talents. So the link to the university environment is really interesting. So my presentation and the first session, the first panel discussion, really hits the bullseye. That's what it's all about, the new nuclear sources. And it's a topic with a huge geopolitical context, especially in the context of our today's world. So I'll start with the geopolitics and nuclear energy and its specific importance for Europe, because Europe as a continent is dangerously dependent on imports of energy. So just a few specific aspects of the geopolitical context of nuclear energy. Nuclear energy is specific because it's at the crossroads of civilian and military applications. They often share technologies, competencies, and sometimes infrastructure. And geopolitical context touches on all the stages of the nuclear cycle, nuclear energy cycle. But in each part of the cycle, the geopolitical influence is different. And I don't have time to go into details. But what is important is that the geopolitics of the nuclear energy is completely different than in the case of gas or oil. Of course, in oil and in case of oil and gas, it's all about the flows, the pipelines, and who controls the pipelines. So it's more short term, while in nuclear energy, everything is more long term. And we're not so much dependent on the resources, but the dependency relates to the fuel mainly and technologies. What is also important from the geopolitical perspective is that nuclear energy is the only type of energy which is regulated on an international level. So, of course, it relates to the proliferation or non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. We have an international nuclear energy agency. And when you look around the world, you will probably notice that the nuclear superpowers are always doing their best to have the nuclear cycle fully in their hands because it gives them more political power. The large three aspects are probably closest to what we're discussing today. The nuclear energy is the so-called soft power. It's the source of a considerable soft power and strategic influence and diplomacy and an important role of the state. So that is related to the link to the military applications, but also capital intensity of nuclear energy. So export and development of nuclear technologies has a very decisive political dimension, and Russia very well understood this, China as well. And with a certain delay, the United States also understood this link, even during the previous administration. And at present, you can see a huge dynamic development of nuclear energy, but at this moment, they do it in the Trump way. So it rather raises concerns, at least in my case, than optimism. But we can go back to it during discussion. Nuclear energy is also a key tool for decarbonization, which is very important for all countries. And the last two lines on the slide relates a lot to Europe. So let's have a look at Europe. How are we doing? Well, we're not doing very well because the energy strategy of the EU in the last 2 decades has not been the right one, to say it openly. The biggest problem is that Europe doesn't have its own energy sources, and we're dependent on imports, and the dependence has been growing in the past 2 decades. So the policy or the strategy is not trustworthy because it focuses too much on renewable sources, and it was leaving out nuclear energy. And also electricity actually consists is only 22% of the overall types of energy consumption. While in China, it's over 33%, so China is electrifying itself. Then also the non-realistic objectives and aims when it comes to CO2 reduction and the energy mix, blackouts that we've had, technological problems and aims in the area of hydrogen, for example, which I believe the aims are not realistic, and we're seeing what's happening with the whole hydrogen bubble, that it's already bursting. Then it's also a question of complementarity with other sources, with cheap Russian gas, and decommissioning nuclear sources. That was the German policy that unfortunately the whole of EU has started to implement as well. So energy sovereignty is about having our own independence and being able to have our energy industry in our hands. Well, we're not sovereign in Europe. So just looking at this chart, you can see that we're more and more dependent on imports. The consumption of fossil fuels in Europe is going down, but very slowly. And it's not thanks to decarbonization, but rather because we have economic stagnation and deindustrialization. And of course, it's different country to country, but I'm speaking about the EU as a whole. As for fossil fuels for the future, it is not a question of decarbonization, but the availability of fossil fuels, because the availability will be going down. And you can see at the chart, if you look at the chart at the right-hand side bottom, the source is Donetsk Rystad Energy. It's probably one of the best forecasting companies in the world. And you can see that the 16 countries that are the biggest exports of oil, and they export also to Europe, that there will be a drop of exports by 50%. So we can't imagine that these countries would be exporting into Europe as much as today. Our dependence when it comes to renewable sources of energy is also high. Photovoltaics, we import from China, basically all of it. China managed to develop a full supplier chain from A to Z. And when it comes to wind and other renewable sources, well, the dependence is not 100%, but it's growing because China really is able to produce it cheaply, and European companies cannot compete on price. So there are also many critical materials used for production, and that's imported from China as well.
Another problem is the materials and the consumption, sheer volume of materials. When it comes to renewable sources of energy, it's 2 orders of magnitude higher when the cost than compared to traditional. Okay, I've already reached 10 minutes, so I'll try to speed up towards my conclusion. I think it's necessary to look at the issue of decarbonizing in terms of how it translates into the end price of energy. 40% of that component is heat, 30% is energy. The consumption of heat is very difficult to electrify, and of those 40%, 80% is low potential heat. So that's for tertiary use, tertiary segments, households, etc., etc. And again, nuclear energy is the only one that can contribute to decarbonization here. Mr. Eller has already spoken about this, at least partially. His maps were showing how the shift towards nuclear energy has been taking place in the past 5 years, looking at Europe. The majority of Europe, not just the EU, but overall Europe, the majority of countries have a pro-nuclear energy policy. But the renaissance of nuclear power that you touched upon is taking place in the whole world. Although I don't like to use the word renaissance in this context, because we've already had one, and the experience of Fukushima sort of stopped it in its tracks. But it is related to the supply of nuclear fuel. The World Nuclear Association has issued a new report, and uranium will be in high demand in the next 50 years. That is their estimate. So will there be enough of it? That's the question. So we do need to look at Europe's fuel cycle, looking at uranium, enrichment, conversion, etc., etc. We need to be understanding to what extent Europe can be self-sufficient. The situation is fairly positive, reasonably positive in this respect for Europe. So I'm going to spend more time talking about it in detail tomorrow. And I'll only outline 3 of my conclusions that are prepared for this slide. Number 1, nuclear energy is an enabler of European Union's becoming really independent. That's the biggest potential, and it's the only one that really allows us to maintain low cost decarbonization. We might get to 300 grams per kilowatt hour, but not 30 with the renewable sources of energy. Attractiveness also, next point, attractiveness to young generation is key, attractiveness to the users. And the last point, number one, the complexity of nuclear technology, its safety requirements, and project funding in the 21st century do require a unified EU-wide approach that really has been lacking so far. It's something that combines technological innovation, cross-border cooperation, European supply chains, and an ambitious EU industrial strategy. This is something that also applies to small reactors, because if the paradigm is going to be applied for small reactors, no country will be able to build dozens of them so that we really can bring the cost down. So that would be my wish list, so to speak, for the future. And in closing, I'd like to say that energy independence equals financial independence equals political independence. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bartak, for your great contribution and also for speeding things up. You did mention that perhaps the nuclear power renaissance #2 is coming. I heard from someone in Germany saying, well, you know, this is the third nuclear renaissance in my life, and it's going to end up the way it usually ends up, nowhere. It's good that you mentioned that you'll be on our next panel tomorrow. And generally speaking, it's important to mention that there'll be several related panels on some of the topics mentioned in this panel, so we'll come back to them in more detail later on. For instance, if our viewers and listeners are interested in the nuclear fuel supply chain, we might actually bring this topic up. People don't realize it's not just about uranium, it's about the whole supply chain. Some people say, well, it's not just enrichment. Some experts say it's not about enrichment, it's really about conversion, which is the third phase, the most important, maybe the most difficult one in some terms. So if I were to summarize this in 3 words, I would say nuclear against blackouts. Maybe this is a bit of a hyperbole, but I'd like to ask our next speaker, Mr. Winkler, to talk about the grids and what role does the nuclear power industry in this to play. Thank you, Chairman, for giving me the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. I'm glad to meet you here again after another year. And
tak proto bych ve svém příspěvku rád zmínil teda roli ČEPSky v oblasti.
And I'm pleased to be able to share with you some notes on ČEPS, it's the development of nuclear power plant. And obviously, this is something that translates for us in the task of being responsible for the long-term stability. I don't want to be labeled as Mr. Blackout, the one who is responsible for any issues. No, blackout is something completely different, ladies and gentlemen. That's the kind of story and experience they had over in Spain some time ago. But it's true to say that we can't go forward and we can't get by without having a reliable, robust and stable solution in place. And the role of nuclear power plant is obvious there. So there used to be this one-sided approach to energy mix by deploying an across-the-board policy that supports renewable sources of energy. Obviously, the risks there are then greater and imminent. The European Union produced the ERA, the European Resources Assessment 2024, and the Agency of Regulators, essentially, who passes this assessment, produced this with 186 days of delay. There are so many different opinions, so many arguments, so many risks discovered and designed that there was a lot to write about. And the Czech Republic is among the first countries, one of the first countries that is worst hit by these renewable resources of energy composition of the mix, or proportional mix. And I want to thank the speaker who spoke before me for mentioning that there is a huge also level of uncertainty on the side of consumption. So decarbonization is not just about exchanging your resources of energy, but also you're changing the paradigm of your industries, etc. So the uncertainty on the side of consumption brings us to the short-term conclusion that we can simply get by with the system as it is currently. It's not an issue of the engineers who run the grid. It's simply an input from the outside. German has been mentioned, Berlin has also been mentioned, and sometimes that there are issues of blackout type. So the uncertainty is greater, and we need to be able to look at that. Please bring the next slide up. I forgot to use the clicker, sorry. Can you please bring the next one? Well, I can do it here, okay. So this is the slide I wanted to share with you. You can see the blue line, which essentially describes 75 gigawatts of installed power will be replaced, and these are being replaced by intermittent sources of energy, and we need them to be replaced. And the other curve says what will need to be replaced in terms of the economic side of things.
So if you take those sources minus the fossil sources, you can see how much we're losing. So some of the resources are being operated, but they are not economically competitive on the market. So then the next part of the evaluation says how much of the resources we have to replace or add new ones. And we have to decide what sources will be competitive on the market and what needs to be supported through various capacity mechanisms. So in 2035, the problem will diminish because we will have new resources, we will build new units in Dukovany, but we need all the resources, the flexible ones and the stable ones, for other uncertainties linked to decarbonization and so on. Next slide, please. I have 3 slides because I have only 10 minutes. So these are notoriously known charts. So what I'm saying is that looking at the various probability variables, the probability of a blackout in quotes or a probability of any emergency is caused by an unbalanced production mix, not well described problems of decarbonization and terms and conditions of decarbonization. If we have diesel cars, for example, I believe, have a rule to have 90 days of resources of diesel. But if we have full e-mobility, what will be the backup resource, or where will the energy, the backup energy, be stored if we still want to have enough energy to drive our e-cars to work or to a hospital if we have to? So the paradigm is changing with the changing types of fuels. So we have electricity, we have gas, we have coal, and all the major media. But what happens if everything boils down to electricity only? So electricity then is the main source producing the emissions, but also diversification is an issue. We have to have some diversification. So looking at our plans of nuclear sources, of course, we will still be dependent on imports. The 14, 15, that was the export potential of nuclear energy that is replaced by import. And the question is our dependency, energy dependency of all the systems around us, including Germany, is going up, it's growing. So then it's again about resilience of the whole system, resilience, that's a new buzzword, but I always try to describe it in such a way that if I ride my bike and there's an emergency and I fall off my bike, then simply it's my problem. I fell off, but if I have a good resilient bike, it probably doesn't break when I fall, so I can pick it up and continue riding it. So that's what we need in our energy systems, to have resilient system with resilient diversified resources so that we can cope with all the emergencies, all those risky curves, so to say. So as for decarbonization of electricity resources, we're still at the minimum and we haven't solved all the risks. So of course it's a question of building new units in Dukovany and other solutions. So this is about consumption, but I don't have time to go into details, but I think you all know it. We've talked about transportation and heating and decentralized energy systems. All of that is included in that chart. And yes, the whole character of our energy system is changing. And this is the last slide, and I think it's quite obvious, self-explanatory. And I do not want this to be just a phrase. I want it to be like 10 commandments of our energy system. We've talked about an X generation of nuclear renaissance. I think the best way to proceed would be simply to boil it down to the physical rules, the basic rules of physics, and stick to those. And of course, decarbonization is an issue. If we want to be realistic, and we have to be realistic, and achieve the objectives that we set out, we simply have to have a diversified mix of energy. We can't do without it. Large units, that's a logical backbone of the Czech production of energy. And the criteria related to it, criterion N-1, and so forth. If we have a sufficient number of units, we can regulate it well, we can provide support services, and also battery storages gave us more flexibility. But of course, nuclear energy, that's the most stable and reliable source that we can have. We're also looking at the small reactors. That could be a good complement to our mix, especially in some regions. A nice addition. Small reactors could be used there. Of course, any new technology is most welcome. Battery storage, that's battery repositories. That's a huge boom, and we will see how much it helps to develop renewable sources of energy. There are various new technologies such as sand batteries. I think you've heard about that, but still a question of further development of these. It's a new innovation, and we have to see how it goes. So that was a very quick introduction. I hope I stuck to the time, and I really do not want this conference to focus only on blackouts. I want to focus on new sources of energy. But I looked at your last slide, the perspective of CHEPs at large and small reactors. What came to my mind is that the organizers have the same perspective. We pay a lot of attention to small and medium reactors. And we have a representative of Sokolovská uhelná company in one of the first panels. So he will give us another perspective on the small reactors. But tomorrow we also have a panel on SMR reactors. So all the topics that we start discussing today can be further discussed tomorrow. So now we can move away from the wider context of distribution networks to individual projects. But before we get to Sokolovská uhelná, Sokolovská coal company, we can give the floor to a representative of EDU2, and we also have Mr. Mika, advisor of PHNP. So, Mr. Závodský, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Nejsou slyšet, ale tlumočníci mají problém. Je třeba najít nějaký vhodný prostor. Já budu velice stručný, možná bych to mohl komentovat na tomhletom jednom slajdu.
I'll be very brief, and I guess this one slide will be self-explanatory. The last year was quite essential. As you can see, we have a blue logo, not an orange logo. In May of this year, 80% of the stock of Dukovany EDU2, 80% of the stock was transferred to the state. But you know that ČEZ also holds 70% of the stock in, sorry, the state has 70% of ČEZ. So we are owned by the state from 80% right now. Also, signing of the agreement with KHNP, that was on the 18th of July. And when it comes to cooperation with Czech companies, of course, everything is being developed in parallel, but the agreement, the contract came in effect on the 18th of July itself. So that was also an important step. And we also had a zoning decision, which came in effect for the 2 new units in Dukovany, after a very long time, actually. And we had some past problems with the zoning decisions, which often blocks new construction of new units. We filed our application in 2021, and the construction permit was issued only in March 2025, so we had huge delays.
I'll speak briefly about this. My colleague Tomáš and others have already touched upon this. This picture shows you whether the nuclear renaissance is taking place or not. By 2050, the nuclear countries have decided that it would be great to triple the nuclear power installed power by 2050. But when I think about it really in more depth, I can see problems. So it would be something that might be actually a problem when it comes to this big capital expenditure combined with, for instance, defense initiatives and defense expenses. And number 3, what about the people? We have 6 units in the Czech Republic. We do have experts on board, but still, Temelín Unit 1 and 2 and the current developments have seen a big time gap between the two. So we lost one generation of experts in nuclear engineering. So in order for us to maintain this advantage, competitive advantage in the Czech Republic, we need to pull people from other fields and hope that they can be turned into nuclear specialists, because they will be building these factories, these power plants, and then they'll be operating them. So I'm glad to see that these activities are going on already. just to illustrate the renaissance of nuclear power in Europe and elsewhere. Some of the discussions come across as quite strange to me. Europe still has the biggest resources of energy. The big headlines sometimes say that the renewable resources of energy, if you combine solar, wind, water, and biomass and all the rest of it, just although the nuclear power plant used to be toned down, it's still the most important source of energy. It's 50% of the energy mix emission-free in Europe. So mathematicians, excuse me, one half of Europe does use it, another half does not. It is 27 countries. I realize it's difficult to divide this without remainder, but anyway, the countries who have decided first to go out of energy phase, then they return, in Sweden, return to nuclear power plants and nuclear energy. And if you look at this graph, you can see what happens if we don't do anything, if we just stick to the business as usual approach, because between now and 2050, we will have to decommission many of the current sources, so we couldn't do without nuclear power plants. Tomáš Eller has already commented on this chart, and we are trying to squeeze the price down, to push it down under below 90 euros per megawatt hour. If you look at France, for instance, so that's the requirement of the French government. And if you look at the Hinkley and compare the two, you'll see a difference, for instance, of 20 billion. So it's quite a lot of money that's worthwhile going for. So it'll be a zero interest credit line extended to the builders of nuclear power plants, and then it is essentially the other mode that starts to apply. And this is the reason why we are getting to this level of pricing. Finally, I want to touch upon the Korean model. This is a fairly new and advanced design. The APR 1400 also has the US certificate. It's in Barakai, it's in Korea, and has the core catcher, the double shielding. So it is the most advanced design we could have gone for. And again, as regards other activities, something that Tomáš Eller has already touched upon, while I'm talking here on the premises of the University of West Bohemia, it's not just about getting your nuclear specialties, such as engineers and designers, etc. But in fact, it's such a huge project when you build nuclear and operate a nuclear power plant that there's so many different fields that will be necessary also to cover. For instance, geologists, we have 140 meters deep over an area of 200 hectares. So when you do the survey, you have a lot of these experts from other fields, also fields like transportation, because these are big supersized units that need to be transported. So it's not just about nuclear experts. This is a job that many people from many fields, really experts in their fields, will be able to contribute to. I did mention the three categories at the beginning. We need to cover the need for these to be covered, a lot of employees and experts. So let's say it's 4 blocks in the big ones and 3,000 megawatts in the small ones. So we might need by 2040 some 40,000 experts. We also need experts in the factories that will be manufacturing these components, and we'll also need people who will be in the state administration, who will be able to handle the authority approach and giving the approvals and certifications and all the rest of it. So we need a lot of people. So I think this is a good model. And without further ado, I'd
Díky
like
moc.
to end my presentation.
Samozřejmě velice důležitá poznámka o tom,
Thank you very much.
hraje jaderná energie pořád v
Fairly
Evropě, protože to
important
možná
note
si
on
nevždy uvědomujeme.
what the
Na druhou
role
stranu je
of
také pravda,
nuclear
že
power
spousta těch
is
reaktorů
in Europe. Yes,
už
it's good to
bude
mention that
dosluhovat,
because
to
we don't
znamená,
realize
ta
it on a
skepse
regular
možná
basis
pramení
sometimes.
spíše z
And our
pochybností, jestli vůbec v
skepticism
Evropě jsme
sometimes
schopni
may be
stavět jaderné
based
elektrárny dostatečně
on the
efektivně, abychom
idea that
zanahradili
we just
ty kapacity,
are not
které
sure
provozovat
whether
možná.
we
To je
can
otázka pro
build
další
nuclear
diskusi.
power plants
Navíc bych tady
effectively
ještě
in Europe.
připomněl, že
That might be a
odpoledne
question
bude
for our
ta
next
blok,
panel,
který se
maybe.
týká různých
Now, in the
právních aspektů
afternoon, there'll be
jugoslávského
also
projektu,
another panel on
investorského
the
finančního modelu,
financial
notifikace
and
veřejné podpory
investment
a tak dále. Konec konců i
aspects, and as well as a notification of public aid type of aspects for the new development in the Czech Republic. You're also welcome to that panel, of course. And now I'd like to hand over to Alois Nika, the consultant for KHNP. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As has been mentioned, I'm a consultant for KHNP, and I truly value your invitation to Nuclear Days. I had the pleasure of speaking last year, and I'm pleased to be here again. I'm not going to give up slides. I will try to get your kind attention by what I will simply say. And I have 2 points I'd like to speak about: nuclear renaissance and nuclear security and safety. And second, KHNP. My dozens of years of experience in this field have taught me to see and try to see always the big picture, to try to see the associations and circumstances. And I'll try to share with you my big picture understanding of nuclear energy and nuclear safety. I'm going to have to ask you to come back to Middle Ages, or the new modern Middle Age. It's 1965. For some people, it's just a couple of years back. For some of us, it's almost Middle Ages. At the beginning of 1965, there's Lyndon Johnson sitting in the Oval Room, and they are bringing to him this research paper, sit on his desk. And that research paper says, Mr. President, as a result of human activities, there is accumulation of CO2 in the atmosphere. As a result of that, there'll be global warming. As a result of global warming, there'll be a global climate change. I am repeating, this is 1965. President Lyndon Johnson at the time had other agenda to spend time on, and the subsequent politicians in the following decades as well. By the way, this is public domain, public information.
So when my friend told me about it, he said, yeah, you can find it, you can Google it. So now the current decade. Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, used to be the Chancellor of Bank of England, one of the most respected central banks around the world, the Central Bank of the UK. And in his function, he said something that will be in the textbooks in the future. He said,
represents a systemic risk.
that the climate change represents a systemic risk. So he was the chief of the central bank. So as a central banker, he talked about the financial and banking sector, but we know that it is generally applicable, and climate change represents a risk of a system, a systemic risk of the system that we live in and we want to maintain. I guess all of us agree that we have to decarbonize, and the speakers before me mentioned it as well. But so we have to say A and we have to say the B as well. Of course, using electrical energy as a replacing part of an energy, type of an energy of other sources. That's one of the ways. So low emission energy production. And that brings us back to nuclear energy, because we can have a very low contents of carbon, 724. And the B is wherever we cannot electrify, we have an idea of replacing electricity with low-emission hydrogen, but the hydrogen bubble seems to be bursting. So we will see whether and for what price hydrogen will be available. And if we use hydrogen, it will be produced through an electrolysis of water. So that process needs to be green. It must not be brown, in quotes, because that would offset the achievements of decarbonization. So this is one of the main reasons of nuclear renaissance, the need for low-emission electricity, available as we need it, immediately as we need it. And Mr. Eller mentioned that some 10 days ago, the German and French government had a joint session, and they, in their conclusions, mentioned technological neutrality. In other words, the Germans will accept that nuclear energy is absolutely unavoidable if we want to decarbonize. So decarbonization and this whole context, that's the first reason of nuclear renaissance. The second reason has also been widely mentioned, and that's the geopolitical situation. In Europe, we have very painfully realized in the past 3.5 years that energy sovereignty and independence is very, very important, and we have to work on it. And Tomáš Pojar, the advisor for national security in the Czech Republic, keeps saying it louder and louder that energy security is an indispensable part of our national security. It's a precondition which is essential, it's a must. So that's the second major reason for nuclear renaissance. And the third reason is the current stage of economic development. Usually there's one major breakthrough that boosts economic growth. It used to be internet in the past. Now we have huge data centers that require huge volumes of energy, and their electricity consumption will go up. And we're also talking about further electrification and e-mobility, and all of that together determines the economic development. And Europe is not the leader. We're looking at the US and also China and other countries that decided to have the largest data centers in the world. And we'll see what Europe does and what Ursula von der Leyen says about it today, actually. So the huge demand for electricity in the upcoming decades, that's the driver. And of course, that electricity will have to be low emission, from low emission sources. So these are the reasons for nuclear renaissance. And we can have a discussion whether it's a real renaissance or not, but the steps taken are obvious. And I worked in a bank for a decade, and we always looked at our mother company in Belgium, KNBC, and what their perspective is on nuclear energy. And first they said, okay, we'll close it down, but maybe the larger units will run longer. Then they decided to prolong the life cycle of the other units, and now we are in a situation of building new units. So we have Holland saying 2 new units, and then France saying 6 new units that they will need. And that's a huge bite to swallow. So that's my contribution to the big picture of nuclear renaissance and safety or security. So now, speaking as an advisor of KHNP, a year ago, KHNP was just pronounced the preferred bidder. So a bidder that will be talked to and negotiated with about the EPC contract. So the EPC contract has been signed, So we had that. And a week after, the government decided that KHNP is the preferred bidder. The delegation of KHNP came and the first kickoff meeting started. And I haven't really counted it, but it's in the thousands of man days that we've invested in that, because hundreds of people worked on the EPC contract, and we have that signed. Our competitors were not very happy, and especially our distinguished French colleagues were of an opinion that KHNP should not win and that EDF should win. So they filed a lawsuit with Czech courts. KHNP reacted by saying, well, okay, this is a legitimate step, so we take it into consideration, but we know that for all the reasons that we were selected, these are legitimate and legal reasons, and we really believe that the court will decide accordingly. And yes, the Czech courts decided accordingly with a slight delay. So the second time the large Korean delegation came, we signed the contract. It wasn't a large ceremony, but the contract, of course, is huge in importance. Just maybe one comment, because we might have questions about it from the audience, so let me say it immediately. So there were court discussions in the Czech Republic, and EDF said that they decided to stop all their activities to or EDR said that they will not challenge the selection of KHNP anymore. But there are discussions in Brussels, FSR, foreign subsidies regulations. That's the topic of those discussions. The regulation means that it's a regulation of the EU. It's not a directive, which later on takes some time to be transposed in the legal frameworks of individual countries. Regulation is immediately applicable in all the member states, and that regulation has been applied since 2023, mid-2023. And that regulation was originally meant to stop unfair Chinese imports, but it can apply to any suppliers to the EU. So what is that about? The importers to the Czech Republic, of course, must not use dumping prices, but they can decrease their costs through various subsidies. And if they decrease their costs through huge subsidies, they can distort the European market if the subsidies come from their home government. So the EU tried to somehow solve this, but there is a certain French trace in that regulation. If the French commissioner writes to the Czech minister not to sign the contract, and the French ambassador is questioning our Ministry of Industry and Trade whether they've already received the letter from the commissioner and so forth. These are the facts.
KHNP had a detailed dialogue with the European Commission, and it provided a detailed reply and response to the questions that the European Commission sent. We're waiting for the European Commission's reaction, and it will take some time, it will take some doing. But at the same time, we essentially did say that it's essentially a strange development, because there was publicly mentioned that KHNP said that FSR very clearly did not get any FSR, simply foreign support under the regulation. So if there's nothing to take, then how can you actually get something? So KHNP reserved the discretion to perhaps even take some legal steps. But the bottom line is this is going between KHNP and the European Commission, and in no way whatsoever will this have any impact on Dukovany and the project. So the sign signed contract says the contract is signed and we're both working hard towards making the project a reality. So that's by way of introduction. Thank you.
Díky moc. Já myslím, že Lojzo, máš pravdu v tom,
Thank you very much.
že
Alois, I believe you already answered the potential question because I would have asked this question.
samozřejmě je tady otázka. Bohužel
Many
dneska
viewers will probably ask the same question. Unfortunately, we don't have an EDF representative on our panel. I want to perhaps say something about it. I'm just thinking perhaps if EDF has given up on some of its ambitions in some other countries, whether perhaps this might be a strong argument when the Czech Republic essentially defends itself vis-à-vis the European Commission. I realize that the regulation is new, so practical side of it will have been only tested. As I know, EDF has given up on certain activities outside Europe. HNP has given up on some activities in Europe. We'll see to what extent Westinghouse displays into Westinghouse's hands. For instance, in Poland, Westinghouse has a very strong position already. But while we are mentioning the new nuclear resources, we have representatives of this industry from the Czech Republic, and there'll be panelists to talk about it. There might be various ideas about how the Czech industry can get involved. But perhaps before we get into that, I would like to speak a little more about the SMR reactors, so that we cover that full spectrum of nuclear sources of energy. So over to Mr. Termat from Sokolovska. Good morning, still morning, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Looking at it from this side, the average number of those yawning is going up, and I've already seen someone who was sound asleep. So I hope to liven things up a little. And thank you for having me. I truly value this invitation. I'm a graduate of this school, and I really like coming down to my alma mater. And this is my, I think, third or fourth time. So thank you. Thanks to the organizers for this year. I will start even without the presentation, but it's coming up now. Great. I'll be really brief. I talked about here last year, and since then, not many things have changed. I'll first of all explain why this dinosaur type of company like Sokolovska Uhelná, a coal mining company essentially, and also a producer of energy and electricity, is represented here. You can see the numbers behind me. The challenge we're facing at the moment is not the electricity, electric power. Economically speaking, turning brown coal, in our case, into electrical power is just not working. The economic side of it is just not favorable. We need to subsidize the central distance heating system in this region, and it's at a reasonable, at a fair price, at a reasonable price, and we're supporting about half of the households in the region. So we are also in the line of those waiting eagerly for small and modular reactors. I'm a nuclear fanatist. I want to have a driving license, so to speak. I do have a driving license for a small modular reactor in a way. It's just we also, sorry, the regional authority has also welcomed the possibility of having a smaller modular reactor in small modular reactor in this territory. Just to give you an idea what landscape we are talking about, this is in the territory of Karlovy Vary region. As you may have remembered from the last year, we were talking about two possible locations, the chemical and electrical plant for Tisová. There are two sources of power-fired sources of heat, plus a former operation that produced chemical gas, electric gas, and so it's a site that is well connected to the utilities that you need for this kind of operation. The difficult side of it is that we are located in a seismically active area. So getting the certification is a long journey, really. We started to work with the Geological Survey Service of the Czech Republic. They initiated research and survey, and they discovered two locations with potential problematic characteristics. So not only we are in touch with this service, but also with the Ministry of Industry and Trade of the Czech Republic, and in cooperation with the US government in the Phoenix project. And we talked to several experts on geoseismic activities, and having spent dozens of hours talking this through, the Tisová location, the Tisová site, would not be suitable, while Břecová, which is the other location, that would be the other site, would be more suitable for this purpose, even though the break line of the geological material is literally running next to our door, so to speak. So we've been from now on discussing only the other option, the other location. Project Phoenix had to be stopped for about 6 months due to the current administration's efforts to review and reassess the benefits of certain activities. So we are now resuming our activities. A lot has been done on the side of geology, but we still need to do the economic feasibility study, etc., and the things that are mentioned on the slide. We should be done with this by the end of this year, so by the end of the last quarter. As a representative of our company, I'd love to come to a place where, such as a big fair or an exhibition, just to look around like you do in your shop, and then I'd love to pick one that I love and see a small modular reactor and say, okay, this is the one I want. And since these would be well designed and time-proven designs that have been deployed in countless countries and countless sites, I would be the first one to buy this kind of heat, primarily as a source of heat. I'd love to buy one this immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. And of course, we can have many questions to that. And we'll have a discussion on that topic also tomorrow during the SMR block of presentations. So we can talk about what investors we could have and how it would be operated in case of Sokolovská uhelná or Unipetrol, because we are used to having ČEZ, the Czech energy company, which looks after everything, basically. And I don't know what it would mean, and it's a question if any other company, maybe in cooperation with ČEZ, starts its own project. It could be a good, interesting discussion for today, but also for tomorrow's panel. So now we have representatives of our Czech industry. of those companies that could be involved in implementing this vision of having new nuclear sources in the Czech Republic, but maybe not just in the Czech Republic, but also elsewhere in the world. So to what extent the Czech companies will benefit from the nuclear renaissance, if we stick to calling it renaissance? So, Mr. Keček. Good morning to all of you. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the organizers for their 15th anniversary of this conference, and I'm glad that we can be here as a general partner. So when the organizers of the conference, Honza Zdebor, told me about this new concept of this conference, that it will be less presentations and more discussion and more questions. So I decided not to have even one slide and just to talk. So let me use the time that I have to present to talk maybe more about the nuclear energy sector as a whole rather than about our company. I've been participating in these conferences since 2020. Of course, that was the time of COVID-19. We all functioned differently during that, but putting that aside, we usually at these conferences had questions or had presentations focusing on major questions such as, do we need new nuclear resources in the Czech Republic? Can Czech companies be engaged, and to what extent? And what should be their share? We also talked about how attractive this whole sector is for the new generation of students, young people that are deciding what to study. So the question is whether we will manage and whether it is really, whether we will manage on our own. And let me say that when it comes to the first three questions, I can say yes. So do we need new nuclear sources in the Czech Republic? Yes. And we already have signed contracts for 2 new units and an option for 2 more units. We also have a share in Rolls-Royce SMR, 20%. So the objective of that acquisition is quite obvious. So the answer to the first question, do we need new nuclear sources in the Czech Republic? Absolutely yes. So can the Czech nuclear sector, the nuclear industry, has something to offer? Well, yes, of course, and I can prove it to you. We have a number of, dozens of memorandums of understanding between Czech companies and KHNP. There are hundreds of negotiations going on about future cooperation. So it is obvious that the winner of the tender is interested to cooperate with Czech companies, not because they're Czech, but because they have the skills. We were also discussing whether the share of the Czech industry on the construction of new resources should be the highest possible, whether it is worth it to support the highest possible share or whether we should leave it down to the market to decide. I think that the activities of the Ministry of Industry and Trade, and again, let me mention Tomáš and their support, their activity was huge. They supported us a lot, and the government and the political representation took it as their task to help us achieve a 60% limit. So at least the 60% of the construction of the new resources should be done by Czech companies. So the government helped us, supported us, exerted pressure on the foreign partners to involve Czech companies. So I don't have to tell you the reasons why we want to have the Czech companies involved. I think we've talked about it enough in previous years of this conference. But we have a few more questions that we're not certain about the answer. First of all, whether this field of study is attractive for the current students and future students. For the past 2 years, I kept telling a story of my son who was just about to graduate from secondary school, and he was thinking about what to study. So he finished his secondary school this year, and he's starting his studies at the university this autumn. And let me tell you, young people today are not primarily interested in how much they earn or how much effort they will have to exert in their job, but they want to do something which will be really interesting. They want to study a field which will be interesting, flexible. And just looking at my son and deciding what he wants to study, I am optimistic. I believe that if his peers in his age group decide just as he decided, and they will look at the perspective of the field of study and how interesting it is, how diverse it is, I'm sure that we will have enough experts in nuclear energy. And the closer we're getting to the implementation and building of the new sources, the more urgent the question is whether we'll have enough experts. So we have a number of units in Temelin, in Dukovany, then SMRs. So the question of whether we have people is more and more relevant. So we're at the university amongst academics, so we can use our imagination. You can close your eyes, but don't fall asleep. Close your eyes and try to go back to 1995, 30 years ago. And just imagine that we're sitting at a conference about automotive, and then somebody comes to the speaking table and says, well, I see the potential of the Czech Republic in producing 1 million of cars every year. And the audience would tell him, well, we don't have factories for that. We don't have people. We don't have necessary technicians and investors. But now go back to the present times and look at Škoda. It's not just Mladá Boleslav, it's also Kvasiny. We have Kolín plant, Nošovice plant. We also have Trnava and Bratislava just across the border in Slovakia. And I'm sure that if the automotive industry managed and succeeded, we will succeed in the nuclear sector as well. Thank you. Thank you as well. We have representatives of 2 companies today, companies that are Czech. They both come from Pilsen and they are top of the class. So Škoda AS and Doosan Škoda Power. In both cases, it is obvious that these companies will be actively involved in building the new nuclear sources in the Czech Republic. And probably they will also bring along other companies, other suppliers. In case of Doosan Škoda Power, it's about the turbines, of course. And of course, there were certain question marks about the Rolls-Royce project. And by the way, speaking about SMRs, Rolls-Royce, there's always a question mark whether, when we're speaking about SMRs, whether it's really about small reactors, because they seem to be a bit bigger. So maybe we should speak about small and medium-sized reactors. But back to the main topic. The Rolls-Royce agreed in the end with another supplier for the turbines, but Škoda Doosan Power has its ambition to be a suitable supplier for Temelin SMR reactor. But definitely Radek Tyněný will tell us more about this.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll try to be brief and I'll try to speak loud enough not to let you fall asleep. Thank you for the invitation. However, the first slide probably will make you fall asleep. This is about our company. And here's the reason why I put it in. 3 months ago, at a nuclear energy conference in Poland, I was surprised to say that a major developer representative in the EU said, "Oh, do you also do nuclear?" So we've done this for over 50 years, and we've done over 30 projects of this sort. So that's my duty to mention this. I think it's not a risk. We've been renowned. The rest of my presentation is focusing on the Dukovany project for the first block and subsequently the unit number 5 and 6. And again, we are supporting the project by supplying the turbine, and even some experienced people in the field said, "Okay, so is this going to be manufactured in Korea, and then you will be assembling?" And I said, "No, I want to assure you that about 2 kilometers away from here, the B line, is the site where this will be manufactured from scratch and then assembled and then installed, of course, with the support of the mother company." And we also were supporting the Korean team for Joseon, who was involved in working towards the final version of the APR 1400 design, the new reactor. Sorry, APR 1000. So that is already the design that is using our own turbine. It's locally made. And number 3, localization and similar topics. We definitely do support this idea. We definitely support the idea of becoming a turbine island, etc., etc. I do apologize, I can't give you any more details because there are memorandums of understanding and non-disclosure agreements and stuff like this. But we're certainly working towards further development of these matters. Coming to SMR, I'm not going to disclose anything about the about the Czech Republic, but maybe this might be good to mention. This might be really well known by some of you, but not for everyone, by everyone. 2 years ago, the European Industrial Alliance on Small Modular Reactors came to being. That's a European initiative. And it's a project that intends to support European SMRs. Oh, well, the first thing is it was meant to be European SMRs, but you can see later it's also included other manufacturers. Here are the QR codes where you can learn more, and you can become part of the alliance, by the way. Last week, there was the second plenary session in Brussels, where all the developers and suppliers from Europe were represented. And this is about 300 odd, 360 members, 35 designs, 30 plus designs, 5 different technologies, etc. So as you can see, this map shows the most active members are from France and Italy. So there is a little dot on the map where the Czech Republic is located. So that little dot is not completely negligible. And I do meet a number of other esteemed colleagues and great companies from the Czech Republic too during this session. So that's on SMR. Now, what type of SMRs will be supported? This is supported by the EU, by the way, and 2 EU commissioners, 2 European commissioners, went to that plenary session last week. So it probably is a sign that, a hint that there might be a shift going on towards nuclear energy, although we have a long way to go. Today and tomorrow, the designs will be reassessed, and these companies are physically being present in Brussels. And I know that one of these projects can actually be scale down. But of course, I can talk about every single one of these. But if you go to these web pages, those QR codes I showed you a slide earlier, you can learn more. All of these partners are relevant to us. Nucleo, to give you one example, is active in Slovakia, and there'll be someone from Nucleo speaking from Slovakia at this conference tomorrow. So it's not just about Czech Republic and about this company. So that's it from me. A little bit about ourselves, a little bit about the market, and I'm happy to take your questions. Thank you very much. I believe Mr. Eller mentioned at the beginning the TV discussion about energy, and the main candidates for one of those ministries in the next government, Mr. Karel Havlíček from ANO, said that it's not that important to have the exact number of that proportion, but it is important that it needs to be sophisticated, top-notch technologies, and etc., etc. So it'll be interesting to hear what the Minister of Industry and Trade has to say. I did talk about this with Mr. Padley from the ministry, but he might be actually correcting me. Perhaps no longer will the Czech Republic be the place where huge steam generators are being manufactured, but perhaps we might become the country for some other plants. Mr. Padley has traditionally been supporting a great proportion and great role of the Czech industry. So could you please take the floor now? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm in a situation. I'm really in a bind because I think everyone is waiting for me to finish because I'm the only obstacle between lunch and tea, I suppose. So I'll try to be brief, but I think most of the important arguments have already been raised, and I really not a big fan of just speaking for the sake of it. So let me just thank, first of all, for having me. I truly appreciate it. This is on the premises of the University of West Bohemia. I'm really a graduate, and this is close to my heart because I'm also sitting on the board of this university, and I'm proud to say that we are one of the leaders in also nuclear energy. I want to thank the organizers for taking this challenge up, and I want to thank Jans Debor for mentioning Associate Professor Havlíček, who unfortunately demised last year, and he is, unfortunately he was one of the spiritual fathers and truly one of the founders, the founding fathers of nuclear engineering in the Czech Republic. It was a completely self-sufficient field which had everything that we needed for this type of development. So I think he needs to be really remembered, and I hope maybe he's now in a better world than we are currently. So may he rest in peace. As I said, the nuclear engineering was established as a field that was completely self-sufficient in terms of the educational facilities and the practical applications. And it's our task to make sure that we hand over to the next generation in a condition that is actually better or at least the same. So the first step that is necessary in the first precondition has already been laid down. So says that the Zawadzki and his team be congratulated for signing the contract, because it took really a lot of doing and a lot of time to persuade the general public and all the stakeholders that it is absolutely essential for the Czech Republic to build nuclear power plants. Okay, great, congratulations, and thank you very much.
And also, congratulations to HNP for winning the tender and becoming a strategic partner of the Czech Republic as a whole, because we're talking about a really strategic project. Why do I say it's strategic? Well, because it covers all areas that it can cover. So it is a project that aims not just at building a new nuclear unit, it will also have a huge impact on our education, on our industry. So it's a cross-sectoral project and a very important step for our country. And this project can have both negative and positive impact on the whole sector and field of study. So we are ready to participate in this project, and I will not repeat facts and information that you've heard hundreds of times. Basically, the Czech industry can offer its services in all areas of that project, through engineering to projecting, design, analysis, adaptation of the project to the Czech legal framework. But also we can offer deliveries, be it the primary aisle or the secondary aisle, and all support systems. And of course, last but not least, we can also offer our services when it comes to the construction of the units. So yes, we can cover the 60% of the deliveries. And the 60% should cover all parts of the project. So we've heard about a number of potential deliveries to that project. So yes, we're able to cover it, to provide our services. We can also go back to some things that we historically used to produce in the Czech Republic, and then we stopped, and now we can renew that production. So we should not underestimate the skills of the Czech experts. I am convinced that there is no reason that Škoda JS would not be able to manufacture the pressure vessel. And the same applies to steam generator. It's been discussed many times. Yeah, it might be questionable, but it is not impossible for us to deliver that. So the 60% threshold, which we've analyzed and discussed many times. So just like František, I also want to say a big thank you to Chess and to others that helped us convince that the 60% is that what we should do as Czech industry. And we can do it. We can cover the 60%. It is not an over-ambitious aim. So in other words, the 60% is what our industry can offer and is capable of offering. And the 60% also means what is also important for the sector to survive and to be self-sufficient. So if we have any diversion from the 60%, if it's lower, in other words, that could mean that the whole nuclear sector in the Czech Republic will be less and less self-sufficient, less and less competitive. And energy security is a part of our national security. Of course, we've heard that a number of times. And good condition of our industry is a part of our energy security. So in other words, whatever we can manufacture at home, we should do at home. And it's like the golden treasure of the state. And it's also a huge benefit in case we have to solve big problems and challenges in this world. So in other words, the 60% is a key. And we have to stick to it. And also thanks for the declarations and memoranda and commitments signed on the government level. So there are many documents signed by KHNP already. So thank you. We have a huge respect and we're grateful that you decided to commit yourself. So we're already in the stage of bilateral meetings between the individual suppliers, EPC suppliers to the project. So The role of various alliances and unions is coming to its end, and it's more about bilateral meetings now. And unions and associations will rather assume the role of a supervisor. So they will be just monitoring whether we're reaching the 60%. But these organizations will not be involved in the bilateral meetings. Of course, it is not possible because the negotiations will be for the two partners always at the table. And last thing that I want to say, which is also very important, and František Kreček talked about it, human resources, the people, the experts, we've talked about it a lot. And I must say, I'm not afraid. I think that František Kreček was correct in what he said. And yes, of course, when you have a huge project at the beginning, you might have questions about whether we have enough people or not. But in the end, it's always feasible. It's always achievable. And we always find the people. Because when the project starts to be implemented and it's a real project already, people get on board. They become interested. So I'm not afraid that there will be lack of people in the Czech Republic. We will have enough people and we'll have enough suppliers to this project. Well, my son will finish secondary school only in 6 years' time. And he's technically oriented, he's got technical skills. So I'm sure that he will continue at a technical university. Hopefully, if he listens to me and he sticks to his direction. So I hope that our field of study will continue to be attractive for future generations. I really believe it will be. And we can discuss all the details in our discussion later on. And that's all I wanted to say. Okay, thank you, Mr. Perlik. And we still have some 50 minutes for discussion. I have 3 questions to start it off. So the discussion should be more concrete, more specific, hopefully about things that you are all interested in. So I'll kick it off with my questions, and then, of course, the audience will have the floor. So I have a question to Mr. Eller and Mr. Závodský about the notification of public support, because we have to notify it to the European Commission that we want to provide state support, and they have to allow it. So we've already notified the 5th unit, and we will have to notify the dual unit, the 5th and the 6th unit. But the question is, we've already notified the support for the 5th unit, so why do we have to do it again for the dual unit? So maybe if you can tell us whether there were any problems with the notification for the 5th unit. And if I look at the key reservations that they had, was that it will have an influence on the short-term market with electricity. So the critics are saying that the short-term fluctuations on the market will have an influence. And also the performance of the nuclear units will be regulated depending on the renewable sources of energy and their production, which means mainly the German renewable sources of energy. So maybe another question could be, we have EDU2. So why the state hasn't acquired 100% of EDU2, but just a majority? So these would be my comments or questions. So start with the notification, please.
Okay, thank you for the question. Yes, I can confirm that the negotiations are really intensive and are really going on, because the consent from the EU came for the 1 unit, and there was issued before the decision to deliver 2 blocks, 2 units with May. So we had to start the process. Let me put it this way. The key takeaways are the notification process is underway and there are no deadlines for the authorities when it comes to these notification processes. It took 22 months, Dukovany Patch 7 to 18 months, Hinkley Point different time, I think 12 to 13 months. So I'd say it is a priority that we're working on, but it's simply something that is fairly complex. It's over 100 pages, pre-notification phase, notification phase, and it always depends on at what stage of development you are when you are negotiating the conditions. So I don't think you can compare these numbers of months. There are certain processes where you can negotiate things and you'll be able to really negotiate all the conditions in the preliminary stage. But then there are certain other cases where it is not that smooth. Maybe on that question, in terms of the critical points, I will say this. All the critical points came out after 20th of April 2024. But on the 12th, well, because the decision already hadn't been publicized, on the 12th of March 2025, where the decision has been made publicly available, then nobody commented on it. I do understand the logic of it. I mean, the European Commission accentuated its own priorities in thoughts, public or press release, but there are no such issues, no commitments in this contract for the 40-year period. There is nothing like that mentioned. The three pillars that the Czech Republic mentioned, that the state credit line of credit, return on investment to long-term business and protecting the investor, these are the three pillars that have been really subscribed to. And the Commission, actually the requirement of regulating the renewables, that really is not something that has been laid down as a mandatory condition. I mean, it's a complex issue. It is operating costs, etc. So, in simple terms, the operator is motivated through economic terms to reduce their volume. And there are certainly technical limits involved because the power plant just can't go up or down based on the intraday fluctuations, of course. But what's important to mention is that technologically speaking, even if you didn't change that output power, this on the intraday documents, still the return on investment and effective operation is ensured. It is, as I said, a fairly complex document. The Polish counterparts also extended notification for the next project, but the Directorate for Competition is already being developed and based on Hinkley Point and Dukovany, etc. So has already been reflecting the regulation. I think it's 19D article, the use and principles. If we discuss this in detail, which is fairly technical point, but it's not down to the technology. But still, even this is quite detailed, the regulatory principles are not quite clear. Several principles at play against each other. Safety, security, good short-term markets, return on investment, investor protection, etc. So there are various priorities and there are more accents that the European Commission actually reflects. Okay, Mr. Zawadzki, would you like to add on this? I don't think I can add anything to notification, just perhaps one thing. We did model all the scenarios for the Unit 5 notification process, and Okay, there's so much my mic off. No, seriously, all the scenarios did make sense. The only scenario which didn't play out for us in terms of money was during winter, with high prices and low prices of energy in the summer. But it was always making sense and paying off. Return on investment was generated. Doesn't really matter whether it's 100% for chairs or 20% for Czech Republic, etc. The rating agencies said that chairs would not be able to borrow money for other projects such as gas-fired power plants and some other projects, but chairs being involved, it's 20% stake. Then we use SLA agreements with chairs, etc. So this is the current state of play. Whether we get back under chairs or whether the state conversely will buy out the 20% doesn't really matter. But at the moment, chairs has its commitment back. So chairs is going to play a role. There will be an important relation, I suppose. Will be also in the situation where we have the new ones and the old units. Well, yes, we'll be building our own operating units. So we'll be outstanding operation. We'll see for how long there'll be a parallel operation. But yes, it's one on the same location, one on the same. So emergency planning, utilities, etc. I'm not sure if anyone wants to comment on that. Okay, if not, then number 2 question. This is to Mr. Bartak, the European energy sovereignty and independence. We live in a time of complex supply chains that are made up of components located elsewhere on all 4 corners of the globe, so to speak. By the same token, what is your idea of energy independence? Because we'll always have to find partners and we'll have to collaborate with countries in the world. It's probably better if these are our allies rather than adversaries. So KHNP, would that be okay? In this respect, can KHNP, for instance, strengthen European independence from energy? What do you think? I think perhaps the most important fact to mention here is that nuclear energy sector as a whole in the 21st century is simply something that can't be handled by a single country, not even the whole of the European Union. So the European Union should build, and the Republic should build European-based supply chains. So the proportion of European companies where the know-how is there and the experience is there, the Czech Republic is definitely on that list, should definitely be taking place. Looking at small modular reactors and the design around developing those, that's where this applies probably even more so. If you look at the individual manufacturers, all of them promised dozens of units being made. Other than that, the paradigm simply wouldn't pay off. The small modular reactors, you need to sort of overcome the scale effect. Why did you first have small modular reactors and then the big ones? Of course, the reason is clear. You want to reduce the price of the installed megawatt hour per unit, the cost of installation. Well, that's the mathematics behind it. I don't know if we'll be able to achieve that. Not quite convinced that, because the small modular reactors might not be actually cheaper compared to the installed megawatt hour than the big ones. Of course, it's something that will take a shorter period of time to build, etc. But if you look at that, every company tries to, every country tries to build their supply chains internationally. And you mentioned KHNP. I don't know them in detail, but it's been mentioned already. KHNP and the Czech Republic is not just one country. We know that KHNP has historical ties with Westinghouse, etc., etc. So there is some kind of cooperation. So even generally speaking, there are more big vendors, let's say 4, 5 big vendors. But if you reduce that to countries, I don't know, of the same, let's say democratic countries, then there are 3 of them.
So we have 3 global manufacturers. Well, the Japanese sort of left that club, even though they're planning to build something new in their own country, but I don't know whether they will want to export as well. So these 3 producers are competitors, but they also cooperate on specific projects. So that's how I see it. No country, even the large ones, France, Great Britain, Korea, they're not able to do it all on their own. Okay, thank you. Mr. Alec? Just one more sentence. What Alois Mika mentioned, the State of the Union speech of Ursula von der Leyen, she mentioned nuclear. She said we need more homegrown renewables with nuclear energy as a baseload. So she mentioned baseload, she mentioned nuclear energy. So she explicitly said that. Well, I don't really like the homegrown. Of course, the wind and sun, nobody can take that away from us. But import, that's not the homegrown. I think that the European Commission, there were some concerns, maybe not because of the president or vice president, but the key positions, the key commissioners in energy are not in the hands of people that are supporters of nuclear. But I hope that overall, amongst the commissioners, there are more supporters of nuclear than the others. But maybe question to Mr. Cermak first. I heard skepticism whether the coal locations are suitable for SMRs because the coal mining left its traces, and some critiques are saying that that is not a suitable environment for SMEs geologically and seismically and technically. So how would you respond to that argument, to that criticism? Thank you. Of course, we talked about it a lot and we analyzed it a lot. It was also a part of an analysis of the Czech Geological Service together with American experts and the State Nuclear Safety Office, and the regulation talks about it a lot when they permit new locations. So coal mining location is possible to be used for nuclear sources, but there must not be a deep mining activity. So those locations that we chose is okay. When it comes to coal deposits, the active coal deposit is present in one location that we selected, but not in the other one. So from the number of studies that we've conducted, we concluded that Břecová location is suitable, even though there are tectonic breaking points in that location, with high likelihood it is non-active. And it's a breaking point lineage that goes through the whole Krušné hory mountains. So for acquiring the permit to build a new nuclear location, there will have to be physical tests and geological tests and inspections on site performed. We have already one heat plant and one steam gas cycle running there, a number of turbines, and nobody complained about that location so far. Okay. Yeah, from the CHEP's perspective, it is an ideal replacement of the resources that we will lack once we decommission the coal-powered stations in there. So I think that as for the tension in the environment, in the soil, it will be okay. It will be maintained. So no risk there. Yes, I forgot to say that the infrastructure which is already present and all the links to the electrical grid and the central supply system, it is important to have it there. It's a huge advantage if you already have the infrastructure in that location. Okay, so questions from the audience, Mr. Neumann? So I have a question to maybe two of you, and my question is about heat delivery, heat supply. Mr. Bartak, apart from the sovereignty of the EU, mentioned that SMRs are mainly focusing on electricity production, but we also know that apart from Look Advisor, you're active in the Kalogena project. You talked about it last year. So the question is, what's the current state of affairs? And also, Mr. Chermak, you talked about economic benefits and the seismic environment in that location. You also said that heat supply is a priority with the new unit. You also said that it's beneficial to have existing infrastructure there, actually for remote heating. So your work in Phoenix, does that focus on individual types of SMRs as well? Because we know from the evaluation done by chairs that heat supply was not one of the criterions. So what is the situation? And the fund, that's American money. So I would suppose that they will prefer American SMRs. I forgot to say that ideally you should introduce yourself. Mr. Neumann, you represent nuclear veterans. Yes, I'm a member of Nuclear Veterans Association, and I have been taking part in this conference since 2018. And since you changed the format this year, for the first time, I'm not having a presentation myself. Thank you for the question. Well, I wasn't planning to speak about Kalogena. And at one slide that I showed, I wanted to stress out that the huge share of the heat consumption on the overall energy consumption and decarbonization of heat production is a huge challenge. And the only replacement that we can have or we can see is biomass, and biomass is not a solution. And we do know it. Biomass on its own will not be enough, and you still have emissions, biological emissions from biomass anyway. And if you looked at the chart on my slide in a greater detail, you would see the necessary development of heat networks in Europe. So once the density of the population allows it, we should also develop further our heat supply networks. And the question is how to decarbonize the heat production. So based on all of this, we developed the idea of Kalogena that dates back maybe 3 years or 4 years. You saw the European Association of, sorry, he needs to have a microphone. Mr. Triniani talked about it. He showed Kalogena. And one of the projects is called City Heat. Kalogena cooperates with a Finnish company, Energy or something like that. So aim is to supply heat into heat networks. So it's a reactor that does not generate electricity, but just the low potential heat. So there might be much lower capital investment required, but the reactor is less complicated and it will be cheaper. Kalogena is a separate company today. It employs some 40 people. It's developing really fast. It has some state financial resources, partly from French innovation funds. It also has a private capital, and it's not just a startup. So it doesn't have just startup financing, but there's also a stable financing from a large industrial group. And Kalogena recently signed an agreement with a French Commissioner Office for Nuclear Energy Development. It has a headquarters in the largest nuclear research center in France, in Calagas. It has its own heating network, and at this moment it runs on gas. So Kalogena should replace the gas furnaces in Cadarache, and that will be the first of a kind location where Kalogena will be built. And we're also negotiating with Oran, which is in Gelat. They have a huge location of enriching the fuel there. So they have a source of biomass delivering to all surrounding cities. So another Kalogena should be built there. And maybe you know that in Finland, there are specific tenders. So with a company called Helen.
They are an operator in Helsinki, with 1,000 megawatts thermal of heat consumption, and they are running a tender for heat supplies from nuclear, because they decided not to burn anything. And the only way to supply heat without burning anything is to go nuclear. And Kalogena and this company, I can't give you more details because it's the competition going on at the moment. But it's a very clear sign, that the investor simply goes in a particular direction. It's not just a kind of project. So Kalogena is moving forward, doing well, and we have some preliminary agreements with 3 different municipalities in France. I can't say which ones, but these are fairly big cities. The next question was to Mr. Vermaat. Let me just comment quickly. The first question was about the criteria for the optimum design for the Rzeszów site. Is heat also considered? Yes, the answer is the heat is considered. It's part of our requirements, and based on this criteria, we are considering the 6, we have 7, there's now 6 designs that we are considering based on the Ministry of Industry and Trade. And question number 2, that's the Phoenix program. When we talk to the Ministry of Industry and Trade and the public, the administration, US administration, we were showing interest in the project. They said it would be a public technology. It was the case at the beginning, and now we can see after the US administration has changed that there's a big pressure on US design to be used. Okay, the next question. Good morning, my name is Andrzej Nowak. I'm from the Czech Technical University. A question to Mr. Chairman. You mentioned in your talk that you place a lot of emphasis on heat. So is some kind of heat supply project going on without electricity generation? And my question is, does that make sense in terms of the economic side? Thank you. We're considering combined heat and power generation. Because we have our own commitments, we have our own operations and sites that we want to supply with our own generated electricity. So it's a combined heat and power, not just heat only. Okay, we all agree that a nuclear reactor generates heat, not electricity. Thank you, Mr. Eller. Let me just chip in by saying that the roadmap and the underlying study do cover this topic. And yes, the economic wouldn't work really. It's 5, 6, maybe 7 months of the year where you need to supply heat, really, in some locations. So it wouldn't really work if it wasn't combined. And thank you for touching upon the issue of what is a ready-made design and what isn't. From the analyses that we did for heat and power, usually 130 to 150 megawatt sites or nuclear units would be the ideal units, and there's none readily available on the chip market at least. So that's based on the study 4 or 5 years ago. So 2 units of 130 or 150 megawatts each. Okay, back to Calogen and what Mr. Eller said. The problem is that the nuclear reactor generates heat, and you can remove the heat from the turbine. But if you think about the water-cooled modular reactors, you need to get 150 bar and 450 degrees Celsius, and that is an issue because all the security and safety systems then are really required to be very robust, and the cost goes up. Because if it's only heat that you produce, it'll be 5 to 6 bars and 120 degrees Celsius. And it'll be so ridiculously simple that your cost to build this will be very low. So if we're talking about this design, we can really compete in terms of the price. 1 megawatt hour thermal, which usually is, I mean, there are huge differences in the European market. But it's around 80 to 120 euros per megawatt hour. That'll be the normal price. And our estimate, I mean, our ambition would be to come down to, let's say, 60. But yes, the load factor is an option. I mean, it is a factor. Is it 50% or is it 70%? For how long you use it throughout the season? But the big heat supply networks have a lot of resources. They can use the sources of energy. So you'll be optimizing the use of that. And if you think that the reactor would be base load, and the base load mode, and only, let's say, the incineration plants would be the first in the row, then obviously it will still work, and the competitiveness really comes out as great for the reactor. Thank you. Next question. Ladies and gentlemen, I should say that I'm kind of an excavation, I feel like an excavation object. I'm 85 years old, and I've gone through periods in education sectors where the grammar schools were being locked down and closed down. And instead of me being able to pass my secondary school exam at 19 years of age, I had to do it at 17, and the communist regime then stole a lot of opportunities for education. Then came the Velvet Revolution and the return to democracy. But what happened? Czech Republic had mandatory subjects to the Czech Republic and mathematics and many foreign languages. But where do we now find well-educated, well-rounded persons who will be able to study the field that is extremely difficult, such as nuclear? Well, I believe the answer to that will be that we've already mentioned some of the opportunities for education and the development of this area, but would you like to comment on this, anyone?
Tak asi to necháme do toho komentáře.
Okay, let's leave it as a comment then. I think it's oh, Mr. Winkler. Just a comment. I do understand your cry that your call for the gaps to be filled up, and yes, there are summer camps and various other out of curricular programs where we want to boost the education sector. And it's sort of refreshing when you come to people who really are keen to get their gaps, etc. So I think get their gaps covered. So I believe there are a lot of people who are really interested in the field and they'll be doing well.
Thank you. My name is Kungo Kim from the Professor King's. I have one question about the special partnership with Rolls-Royce SMR and CHESS, maybe. So based on my understanding, the CHESS is the utility company and Rolls-Royce SMR is the vendor company who developed the specific SMR. So what is the specific role of your companies in the Rolls-Royce SMR development? So do you participate in the system development or component development, or do you have any specific region or specific role in the SMR deployment?
Tak to je asi otázka pro pana Ellera.
I suppose this will be a question to Mr. Eller.
Tak těch důvodů je několik. Asi
Well,
základní je,
there are
že si ČES
several
vybral
things to
svého
mention.
strategického partnera na SMR.
ČES has
A tím, že
decided
tam
to
má podíl, tak
pick
má
a
možnost
strategic partner
dívat
for
se i do
SMR.
dodavatelského
And
řetězce,
because they have a stake in that company, they are sort of putting the finger on what developments, so that's through Skoda JS, and then through research institution at the Řež, etc. So there's several reasons for this partnership. And I personally don't think that this is a non-standard arrangement, because there are companies, for instance, out there who have their own subsidiaries and these are then suppliers or even partners. So simply ČES decided to have a strategic partner for the shortest period of time, so that they can influence what is being to be built here and how the tech industry is going to be involved, and simply to have the door open to other opportunities.
Krátce doplním, žádný z těch projektů není tak pokročilý.
So, let me say, none of the projects is so developed that the supplier chain would already be completely defined, so the delivery model. So we do not know what it would be like. So, but the role of ČES is a co-owner, a future customer, but also a partner for the delivery to the project in the UK. So maybe that's as much as I would say about the role of our company in those projects. So maybe just another question, Mr. Trněný. So it's an elaboration of the previous question. So Rolls-Royce agreed with Siemens Energy to deliver a turbine. But you keep communicating, you keep saying that you believe that your solution, your turbine from Pilsen, is ideal for the new location. Is that right? Well, we are saying that we are ready to deliver the turbine, and we're convinced that it will comply with all the specifics. But of course, the delivery model and all the other things, that's out of our influence. That's between ČES and their partner. But in terms of the product itself, we are ready. Okay, next question. Mr. Pazdera. I'm already retired, but I'm still working. I have two questions, one to Mr. Eller and one to Mr. Winkler. We haven't been talking about the energy strategy much, whether it's been approved for the new time period and where it's heading. We had three different conceptual ideas in terms of the climate change and the long-term plan in the EU. So where is that heading? And maybe a question to Mr. Winkler. It is key today to look at energy adequacy, but that usually considers only the upcoming 15 years, which is less than the construction period of a nuclear plant. So maybe you can influence the construction of power plants, which take shorter time. But when the new nuclear units will be up and running, that's in 2050 and further. So you cannot really see what will be the situation at that point in terms of energy adequacy. So is there any change that you're planning in the system, in the model? So it's a political question, updating the state energy strategy. So what I can say is that the update to the strategy has been ready for the past 1 year, and it's up to the politicians to approve it or not. As for the nuclear energy part of it, well, basically, when you're adopting any kind of a strategy, usually when you manage to adopt it, already parts of it are already obsolete. But when it comes to nuclear energy, the basic principles and objectives have been confirmed already in the energy strategy back in 2015, be it for the development of the nuclear energy in the Czech Republic or finding new locations. It's in the strategy, and they updated it with the SMRs and its role. And even though the new update hasn't been approved yet, we're working. We continue working. The update for SMR was adopted. So yes, we have the leads to follow. So as for the question you directed towards me, the scenarios are designed in such a way that we try to optimize, we search for investors that are interested in cooperating. So that's maybe 10 to 15-year time horizon. That's also encoded in the legislation. If you exceed that time horizon, it's also a question of political support, because no investor will invest for such a long time without guarantees. So the scenarios have to be consistent in terms of energy mix and the development of transmission network. So the 10-year plans, of course, have to work with a sufficient reserve, sufficient backup. So we're speaking about time horizon of 2040 and beyond. So if you talked about any specific document, the adequacy assessment, then yes, the updated legislation talks about an expected balance to be achieved. So that will be together with the gas companies, and it concerns a time horizon of 2040 and beyond. But these are conceptual strategic decisions. And of course, there are differences in the scenarios depending on political support to the individual solutions. Do we have any more questions? Yes. Mr. Trčka. Good morning. I have a question for Mr. Mika. As for the preferred language of documentation, so will the documentation be in English, Czech, or would it be worth learning Korean? Okay, a quick answer. The language of the contract will be English, but of course, when we send any documents to the Czech authorities, we have to provide documents in Czech. So it's a huge advantage to speak English and Czech. If you speak Korean, then it's a big advantage. Most of the documents will be in English, but of course, if we file for permits with the Czech offices, it will have to be in Czech. Well, of course, you can be active. You can start learning Korean if you want to, but English should be enough. English and Czech. Okay, further questions? Mr. Zdarek from Research Institute in Rzesz. I have a question. I don't know for whom. We were supporting building new units in Temelin and Dukovany in contrast with our colleagues in Austria. Do you expect any questions coming from Austria and maybe Germany concerning the safety in particular? Maybe Mr. Heller?
Děkuji vám. Určitě k Rakousku.
Well, okay, Austria. Large units, SMRs, and repositories will be a subject for our domestic political discussion and various political activities, such as the Austrian governor that's over the summer sent a letter, official letter to our government. On the intergovernmental level, there is a very to-the-point discussion that also people from Czech, for example, participate in. And it is surprising that the Dukovany notification decision was the first one that was not challenged. So there are no court lawsuits active at present with the European Court of Justice. The German partners should be more open and more positive. Maybe it's a question of the size of the unit, since it's SMRs in their case that are concerned. There were, of course, certain reactions coming from the neighboring German states. They do participate in our discussions, but of course, they also have their own domestic political discussions, so they will have to explain some of it back home. But there's no real hazard that they could influence it to such an extent that they would stop the project. We are open and transparent, but we are taking them as partners, and our discussions, be it with Austria or Germany, the discussions are solid and good, at least on the level of individual federal states. Okay, I have a question for Mr. Mika. And I think that this is a topic that we definitely should not avoid. The whole long-term history of Dukovany is marked by the lawsuit of Westinghouse and KHNP. And we heard that KHNP will pay some compensation and they will let Westinghouse in some future projects. So could that have any influence, negative, I mean, probably negative influence on Dukovany project, the whole history? Well, thank you for the question. I actually expected that question because there's media coverage of this. Koreans back home have an original Westinghouse technology, but also French technology, Canadian Candu, and their own Korean technology. So they have all of that back home in South Korea. So the whole threat of Westinghouse is woven through all those projects. Now, the question was whether the technology that they offered to us includes any Canadian part, whether there's any intellectual property question, in other words. And it was settled. There was a mutual settlement agreed on at the beginning of this year. So there's an agreement on cooperation between KHNP and Westinghouse on the global level, on the global playing field. And only a handful of people know the detailed parameters of that agreement on both sides, because it's strictly confidential. So what leaked in press in Korea and in the Czech Republic is just a speculation, because I myself, I don't know whether it is true or not what they wrote in media about this. But the fact is that PHNP signed a NPC contract with Dukovany II after settling its relations with Westinghouse and signing an agreement with Westinghouse.
So there is this calculation based on whether this is making sense financially for KHNP or not, and this is based on this we have the agreement on this with the Westinghouse. And I'll take the liberty of making a political comment on this. There are political connotations, of course, related to this. I have to apologize that the situation in Korea is similar, the political situation, to the political situation in the Czech Republic and the US and elsewhere. We see a brutalization of the political scene. And I do apologize for the big picture term again, because it's my favorite phrase. So the current administration is trying to get points, score points at the expense of the former president, the former administration. So that is why the political connotations are there. You know, there are questions being raised whether this was a kind of riddle or what. But after 5 years of experience with KHNP, if someone really consistently sticks to the legal side of doing things, it is KHNP. I have no reason whatsoever to have any doubts on that. And to what you said, Honza, there is no impact on KHNP. I mean, on the Czech side on KHNP, because KHNP absorbs all the commitments and whatever is a part of them, and as opposed to vis-a-vis Dukovany II, it is based on the contract, so it is taking the full commitment. Okay, quick question up there, both the question and the reply. Yes, one question for Mr. Nika. KHNP and its activities in the world. Where else would KHNP be considering building reactors, if not in Europe and elsewhere? Well, I see under the lid of KHNP quite a lot, but I don't see everything. Generally speaking, as you know, KHNP is currently focusing on the Dukovany project in the Czech Republic, and I see also plus Temelin, because 2+2 is the biggest real-life project that has big, clear contours. We're talking about Poland. We talk about in Poland with six units in France. That'll be a long story. But we have 2 units here in the Czech Republic signed off already, and 2 more as an option. So that is the most real-life project in Europe and elsewhere. So KHNP will do its best to see it through. That's why also KHNP is less active elsewhere in Europe. It is active in small modular reactors. It has a little bit of a delay there compared to its competitors, but they can do it the Korean way, which is they can speed things up absolutely incredibly. And you know about KHNP elsewhere in the world. You might have heard about Saudi Arabia, developments in Africa. You know, today the world is one small village. So from this perspective, as far as I can say, KHNP is absolutely focused on Dukovany II and maybe Temelin III, and then we'll see. We'll see whether European Renaissance will bring the demand to the market, and people will be queuing up at your door to get energy for that project. If that happens, then the strategies will Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was it. Thank our panelists. Thank you for your attention and your interesting questions.
Těším se na setkání u dalších
And I'm
panelů
looking
a
forward
nyní předávám slovo panu doktorovi.
to meeting you at the next
Děkuji. Já bych taky rád
Over to Mr.
poděkoval
Debar.
všem panelistům a
Thank you.
protože to
I
jsme
will
zavedli
join you
tradici ještě než pan Závodský
in
uteče, že
thanking
všichni,
our
kteří tady
panelists
vystoupí,
too, and
dostanou
we already have
pozdrav
this
od
tradition.
všech
We have
tak to nechceme
this
samozřejmě narušit. Takže tady máte od nás,
little
tedy od nás, od
take
nás,
away
ale
from the
čili,
bees. This is
čili
from,
my
I
to
mean,
jenom
not from
bereme.
us, it's from the bees. We actually steal it from the bees and then give it to you.
Tady je jeden
So
pro
here are
pana
the bees,
Bardáka,
the honey from the bees, rather.
tady je jeden pro pana
One
Hellera,
from Bardak, one from Mr. Heller,
i pro vás, pane Winklere.
as well as Mr. Winkler.
Samozřejmě máme i
Of
pro
course,
vás
we have
jeden
this honey to take away for you as well.
tady je od
František,
našich včel, pane Trněný.
something for you to take away
Strojařských včel
from
ze Škody. Tady,
from
prosím,
our
jeden
bees
pro tebe, Pepo. A
up
samozřejmě
on
i
the
pro
roof
vás.
of one of
ať
our
jsou všichni
buildings.
zdraví.
So enjoy it
Děkujeme
and
za
to your
účast.
health.
Teď mi
Thank you
dovolte,
very much for your
abychom
taking part.
bez
And
přestávky,
ladies and gentlemen,
bez přestávky,
let's
vydržíte to,
move on.
prosím.
Can you stick
Teď máme
stick
na
with it
pořadu
for a little bit
velmi
more
důležitou
without any break?
část,
Because now
a to
comes
je
a very
vyhlášení
important
vítězů
part, which is
studentské posterové soutěže.
the announcement
já
of
bych
the winners
poprosil,
of the poster competition between our students.
šéfa
So,
hodnotitelské
let me invite
pana
the
docenta
Zurich
už
chair,
tady, ano.
Associate Professor
počkáme teda,
Eret.
až tady
He's here
pánové,
already. Let's wait for the gentleman
pak
to
do toho dáme.
clear the stage and then
Počkáme.
we'll get straight to it. Let's wait. Thank you.
Já si dám. Od posledního, no. By bylo tady.
Tak, prosím, prezentaci pustíte nám potom. No, no asi
Ještě
ještě
čas,
ne.
no, tak.
Ještě,
Je často, radši to pustíte, ať je to vidět, že
prosím, ano. Jo, budeme podle toho té prezentace. To nás nesplete.
takže dámy a no, si sednout jinam, jak chcete, ale my teď musíme i studenty. Takže dovolte, abychom přikročili k tomu příjemnému
Let's
vyhlašování
proceed
vítězů
to
posterové
the
soutěže.
announcement of the winners of our poster competition.
Dámy a pánové, dobrý den.
Ladies and gentlemen, good
Dovolte,
afternoon.
abych vás seznámil s výsledky
Let
naší
me
posterové
give
soutěže.
you the
Na
results
hodnocení
of our
výsledků se
student
podílela
poster
komise, kromě
competition.
mě.
We had a
Byl i
commission. I had the pleasure of chairing it, Mr. Kralovic, and is the next slide up, and Mr. Bia.
A já jim za jejich úsilí velmi děkuji.
And I'd like to thank them
Měli jsme
for their
dispozici
efforts.
kvalitní práce z celého světa.
We had great entries coming in from
Naší bakalářské
all
sekci to
four
bylo 6
corners of the
slajdů,
globe. We
a
had
potom
6 slides,
posterů
in
a
6
12
posters,
v magisterské a
and
doktorské sekci.
12 then in the
Ale to
next
byla opravdu dobrá,
section.
měli jsme těžkou práci.
Very good quality
Nicméně podařilo
entries.
se a
So it was a lot of
teda
work,
vyhnat.
but we were able to pick the winner. So here are the winners.
Ano, tady ještě máte přehled toho, co jsem
And
řekl.
you have this overview of the numbers of entries over here. The Bachelor of Food
Na
Marketing
začátku
for
bakalářské
student
sekce třetí
category.
místo
The Bachelor
patří
student
panu
third
Matěji
place
Dolejšovi.
goes to Mr. Matty Dolej. I have no idea if he's here or not.
Budeme rádi
If
předáme
so,
diplom.
we'll be very happy to hand over the diploma in person.
Tak asi přítomen není, ale podívat se na
Doesn't seem to be here, but it is my department, so rest assured I will deliver this.
Druhé místo
The second place goes to Mr. Janíček from the Slovak Technical University in Bratislava. Congratulations.
opět
Work
přítomen.
for a job well done.
Vidím, že
Again, I can see this person in that way. Sincere congratulations. Here is the diploma. Great job. I hope you are successful in your career. And everybody gets a little jar of honey produced by the bees whose beehives are on the roof of this faculty, so you need to go on to. Okay, just a little rearrangement for the photographs. So, thank you. And the first place, the gold goes to Karolina Nejedlá. Karolina Nejedlá. A wonderful paper worked on by Karolina Nejedlá from the Czech Technical University in Prague. Okay, please give Karolina our best regards. All the best to you as well as your great student. And again, please hand over this jar of honey from our bees. Thank you.
And yes, we have a video. So, good morning. My name is Karolina Nejedlá. First, I want to say thank you to the expert jury for the award. My work is called Optimization of the Workplace for Non-Destructive Characterization of Containers for Radioactive Waste relating to the research center in Rzesz. So, I focused on the internal structure of the container and measured the radioactive activity on the surface of the container, and the outcomes are a part of the poster. You can see there together with the measurement. Many thanks to Mr. Novotny from the Nuclear Energy Faculty, and also thanks to my consultant, Mr. Zaruba from Rzesz. Thank you. And let's move to the next session. The master's students, third place, Mr. Tomáš Karavi, the University of West Bohemia. Do we have Tomáš here? No? Okay, so since I was the trainer, I will deliver the award diploma to him. And the second place, Petr Bastl. Again, the University of West Bohemia, Mechanical Engineering Faculty, that's our faculty. So Peter, congratulations. Congratulations to you. Excellent work.
Děkujeme.
Thank you. And the winning poster is Madam Michala Svatešová, Czech Technical University in Prague. Do we have anyone from her team? Nobody standing up. Okay, so we'll send it to them with the diploma and the jar of honey. And we have her video. Good morning. My name is Michala Svatešová. I graduated of technical nuclear engineering at the Czech Technical University in Prague. My work related to the modeling of fuel cladding under loss of coolant accident conditions. I used zircon alloys and various protective surfaces, and we used constant temperature and experimented with various samples, and based on that I was looking at what the samples were doing depending on the temperature and pressure, and then I conducted calculations and the modeling of these experiments. And the time to failure was very similar in lower temperatures, while in higher temperatures there were much higher differences. The deformations of samples with higher temperatures were comparable to our experiments. And the major maximum deformations in the cracks are included in our poster. And thank you very much, and thanks to the jury. Okay, so the honey and the diploma were given to the winner, the winner's team. Okay, and the last section, the doctoral studies. The first place goes to Tomáš Čapoj from the Czech Technical University in Prague. So do you have anyone from his team? I could see somebody getting up, but probably it's not the person. So we will deliver the diploma to the relevant team. The second place goes to Tomás del Moro, La Sapienza University of Rome in Italy. I suppose we probably don't have anyone from his team. He probably did not travel that far, even though we would be surprised. Okay. We will do our best to deliver that award to them. And the winner of this section is Mr. Jan Ullmann from the University of West Bohemia, Faculty of Electrical Engineering. So, yes, we have him here. So, diploma and a jar of honey and from our bees. And a video. If we manage to run it.
To je škoda, protože se jednalo o pěknou práci. Nechcete nám ji aspoň trošku popsat vlastními slovy?
That's a pity. It was a great work. Maybe you can describe it to us in person since you're here. Okay, so thank you for the surprise. So my work was about neural networks for predictive control of SMRs in industrial energy systems. So we used a method that we use for neural networks generally, and the poster looks at the first part of the technology, that's the preparation of data sets, so validation and preparation of variables that we use from, for example, CHEPs or other operators and weather forecast data and so forth. The another part of the methodology deals with recurrent neural networks and the well-known transformers. And the third part of the work was the validation of outcomes. So in the future, we want to look into real applications, because we've been talking about neural networks a lot in theory, but we don't have many real applications. So at this moment, with various industrial partners, we're trying to develop applications or tools that they could use. That's all. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'll be here, and you can approach me and we can talk about it. Thank you too. And since we had a really diverse participation, we also have a special jury award for the doctoral studies, because there was a work focusing on nuclear medicine, and we very much liked that work. So we decided to award it with a special jury award. And it will go to Carlos Andres Sepúlveda Leon, Heidelberg University in Germany. Again, I suppose that he did not travel that far, and we will deliver that to him.
I'm a physicist with master's degrees in software engineering and medical physics. And honored to present my project titled Physics Informing Nuclear Imaging for Glioma Localization and Recurrence Prediction. This work combines medical imaging, deep learning, and biophysical modeling to predict where the gliomas may recur after surgery. Even beyond what is visible in standard imaging like an MRI or PET scans, by integrating convolutional neural networks with partial differential equation, we improve recurrence localization and provide better guidance for clinical decision making. This project builds upon my master thesis, and I'm truly grateful that the Nuclear States Committee recognized its originality and impact. Thank you so much for this special recognition, and I look forward to further contribution to the intersection of nuclear science, medicine, and artificial intelligence, of course. Best regards from Heidelberg, Germany, and Tschüss.
Tak děkujeme, teď vše.
Thank you. That's it.
A já teď předám slovo
And I'd like to
budeme pokračovat v programu.
give the floor back to Mr. Zabar, who can continue.
Všem vám děkuji.
Thank you on behalf of the Commission. Good.
Já bych rád poděkoval panu docentu Eretovi
Thanks
za
to Associate Professor Eret
práci komise a za vyhlášení
for the work
výsledků
of
a
his
předání
jury, for
diplomů.
announcing the winners and handing over the diplomas.
Ti, kteří tady
And
nebyli,
I hope
si je
the prizes will be delivered to the right hands if the people who are not here. And of course, we will send also the financial award that go with it. And we come to the final phase of this session. And now I'd like to invite you to come to the ceremonial opening of the exhibition. I believe it will be good to note that we still have some time, there's some extra time left, so you can get something to eat in the meantime. So we'll be opening the exhibition. I hope that we still have the pleasure of having Mr. Ella here. We do, great. So I'd like to ask you to cut the ribbon and maybe a ceremonial opening of the exhibition there over in the other building, that's in the Mechanical Engineering Faculty. So thank you for this morning session, and please move over the outside of this hall to the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, and after the exhibition is open, there's lunch break for you. So lunch will be served over there, so you can get some refreshments and get some energy for the afternoon session. As you may know, we will be starting at 3 o'clock with the financial and legal aspects and licensing of new resources in the Czech Republic panel, and this will be moderated by thank you. Please join us, and let's move over to the exhibition opening.
new materials, intelligent manufacturing systems, smart mobility, biomedicine and healthcare technologies, modern energy industries. These are the main fields in which we pursue research, development, and innovation in the Pilsen region. Create your future with us. Innovate with us. Our region has a history of innovation. Important trade routes have always led through here. The first book was printed here. The first electric lamp was lit. We've seen dynamic developments in transport and new fields of medicine. Two of the world's leading brands, Skoda and Pilsner Urquell, were created here. We are successfully continuing this tradition. We are a region with traditionally strong industrial players, innovative companies, and major university institutions and successful research centers. But we're not just an industrial region. You can spend your free time wandering through the countryside or visiting historical and industrial monuments. You can be active or relax with great food and great beer. There's something for everyone. Here in the Pilsen region, we're involved in materials engineering, research into metallic materials, 3D printed machine tools, special steels, the research and application of thermal spraying, and new technologies for the forming and heat treatment of metals for mechanical engineering and the automotive and energy industries. For example, if you ever come across a smart window which controls the amount of thermal solar radiation passing through, depending on temperature, thanks to a special coating, this patent originates from research at our university. Manufacturing, power plants, and industry in the Czech Republic and abroad use intelligent control systems designed by engineers from innovative companies from the Pilsen region. The university's Research Technology Center is developing completely new applications for contactless thermal imaging measurement, and not only for industry. Sophisticated computers that are built into medical devices are saving people's lives, and they're also being used in industry, transport, and aviation. Smooth running. Let's take a look at another rapidly developing field, smart mobility. But we're not talking about just developing new electric drive systems. This is about a whole range of technological innovations for the operation and management of urban traffic, wireless charging, autonomous systems testing, and transmission development. One leading field we're dedicated to is biomedicine. This focuses on research and development in the fields of organ replacement and regeneration. This includes research into the prevention of viral infections after kidney transplantation, as well as research into antibiotic resistance. Specialist software is helping to diagnose and treat liver cancer as sensitively as possible. Software and diagnostics are also helping to prevent transport, medical, and sports injuries. The Pilsen region has a long-standing tradition in the fields of power engineering, high-current electrical engineering, the development of control and regulation systems, and in other areas related to energy security and production, and energy distribution in general. Create your future with us. Utilize the potential of the Pilsen region. In practice, in research, at the university, there will always be innovation. Let's succeed together in the world. Innovate with us. The Pilsen region, the best place for innovation.
We are the Czech Radioactive Waste Repository Authority. We ensure the safe disposal of all the radioactive waste produced in the Czech Republic, whether it originates from the medicine, research, industry, or energy sectors. We operate 3 waste disposal facilities for mainly low and intermediate level waste. We are also preparing the construction of a deep geological repository for the disposal of spent nuclear fuel from our 2 nuclear power plants and future nuclear energy sources. The repository will be designed to protect the environment and future generations for up to 1 million years. The safety and reliability of the deep geological repository is being verified through experiments and long-term research conducted at our Bukov underground research facility, which simulates the real conditions of the repository. International cooperation is also playing a crucial role in the preparation of the repository. We work closely with experts from many countries, including Sweden, Finland, France, Switzerland, and South Korea. Via the involvement of the Czech Republic in the EURAD-2 European Research Program, we share knowledge, develop common approaches, and contribute to the safety of radioactive waste management systems at the European level. In addition, the Czech Republic takes over the presidency this year of the International Implementing Geological Disposal Technology Platform, IGDTP, which brings together leading European organizations involved in the geological disposal of radioactive waste. Our leadership role will allow us to actively influence the direction of research and contribute to connecting advanced and emerging disposal programs. Our vision is to protect present and future generations. Are you interested in learning more about our work? Visit our website or follow us on social media.
UJV Řeš navazuje na více než 6 desítek let zkušeností svého předchůdce, Ústavu jaderného výzkumu. Společnost dnes prezentují špičkoví odborníci, technicko-inženýrské a projektové služby, aplikovaný výzkum a unikátní technologická infrastruktura. To vše ve službách bezpečné a spolehlivé energetiky, průmyslu a nukleární medicíny. K dnešní klientele z celého světa patří hlavně provozovatelé energetických celků, státní dozorové orgány, investoři náročných průmyslových technologií, původci radioaktivních odpadů a pracoviště nukleární medicíny. Jedním ze stěžejních úkolů UJV Řeš je podpora bezpečnosti a spolehlivosti jaderných elektráren v České republice i ve světě. Z legislativního hlediska jde hlavně o průkazy jaderné bezpečnosti zařízení, z provozního pohledu je to škála aktivit zaměřených na sledování, kontroly a vyhodnocování provozních parametrů, jejichž výsledkem jsou návrhy konkrétních opatření pro zvýšení bezpečnosti a spolehlivosti provozů. V oblasti palivového cyklu se specialisté z Řeše soustřeďují na podporu licencování paliva pro reaktory a jeho efektivní využití. Zvýšení efektivity paliva v provozu bloků řeší UJV Řeš zejména vývojem nástrojů pro optimalizaci palivových vsázek a programů pro monitorování aktivní zóny. Řízení životnosti jaderné elektrárny představuje propracovaný systém péče o složité technologie různých typů. UJV Řeš se touto oblastí zabývá i na mezinárodní úrovni. Zpracovává programy pro řízené stárnutí konkrétních komponent, je autorem řady certifikovaných programů a metodik. Základnu pro řízení životního cyklu tvoří zkoušky mechanických a strukturních vlastností materiálů, hodnocení jejich degradace v náročných podmínkách, svěrečné programy tlakové nádoby reaktorů nebo kvalifikované inspekční metody a postupy. Podporu provozovatelům zastřešují komplexní projekty řízení životnosti a zvyšování výkonu průmyslových celků. Akreditované laboratoře společnosti působí v oblastech pokrývajících vybrané vlastnosti materiálů, akreditovaná zkušební měření, zkoušky a analýzy.
Instead of predicting changes that will happen a decade from now, we consider the energy value that will stay true even after a century. Energy technology that preserves the value of the nature and seeks equitable distribution of wellness enjoyed by all mankind. Starting from nuclear energy, we are building a sustainable nuclear engineering platform for the future society, free of energy worries. FNC. Our challenge of discovering the tomorrow's technology in people and the future of nuclear energy and technology is like an engine that runs non-stop. Together with experts possessing the world-class technical competitiveness, we lead the safe use of nuclear energy. We add safety and security to nuclear power plants based on our expertise and technology in all fields of nuclear energy. With a goal of continuous technological development in nuclear energy, we trailblaze more progressive, innovative paths. Demonstrating abilities in unbiased technical innovation, we strengthen ethics, principles, and conviction in nuclear energy to present clear answers to customers and to promote a sense of trust toward the energy. FNC.
The founding of Kings was closely tied to Korea's landmark achievement in securing the contract for the Baraka nuclear power plant.
2009년 바라카 원전 수주를 계기로 원자력 발전의 설계, 건설, 운영, 폐쇄까지의 전 생애 주기에 대한 실무적인 경험을 갖추고 국제적인 감각까지 갖고 있는 원자력 전문가를 양성하기 위한 국제 원자력 대학원 대학으로 설립되었습니다.
Since then, students from across the globe have chosen Kings to explore Korea's leading nuclear technology. Kings has graduated to 188 nuclear energy specialists from 33 different countries since 2012.
I came to Korea from the Brno University of Technology. My background was energetic and thermomechanical engineering. Like King's is amazing university because the professors are really the experts on their fields. The Korean style of studying is a little bit different than the European style because you are more focused on practical parts, like the semester project, where you can get more knowledge about the practical information and not only about the exams and theoretical information.
킹스는 IAEA에서도 인정하고 있는 매우 성공적인 원자력 전문 인력 양성 기관입니다. 최근에 체코 원전 수출과 관련해서는 체코의 유수 대학인 브루노 공대의 킹스 원자력 협력센터를 설립하고 있는데 이와 같은 형태의 해외 진출도 더욱 활발해질 것입니다.
Ježíši Kriste.
And the auxiliary building houses the major equipment of the safety systems, chemical and volume control system, and fuel handling storage system. The compound building includes rad waste treatment system and access control facilities. The turbine generator building houses the turbines, generator, and related auxiliary systems. APR 1000 adopts cooling towers for inland operation. The RCS of APR 1000 is based on the proven technology for OPR 1000, combined with the enhanced safety features of the APR 1400. APR 1000 offers improved safety and economics by using Hyper 16. With the 4 train safety systems and the passive auxiliary feed water system, the APR 1000 substantially improves the reliability of safety functions compared to the APR 1400. Safety injection system, which provides the emergency core cooling function, is designed to have enhanced reliability and performance by adoption of direct vessel injection, which minimizes the failure of core cooling, safety injection tank with flow control, and the emergency core barrel duct, which provides efficient core cooling flows. Shutdown cooling and containment spray system provides functions to maintain safe shutdown state and containment integrity. This system consists of 4 trains for each function to enhance both reliability and economic. Passive auxiliary feed water system passively supplies the feed water to the steam generator to cool down the secondary side of the steam generator without power during an accident, such as feed water line break. This passive system significantly improves the plant safety. PAFS removes the residual heat from the core by condensing the steam from the steam generator by natural convection. The passive condensation heat exchanger in the passive condensation cooling tank lowers the RCS temperature down to the shutdown cooling entry condition. Emergency diesel generators, which supply the emergency power for safe shutdown during a loss of off-site power, have 4 trains to ensure safety and availability. APR 1000 provides diverse safety features that are used to reach and maintain safe shutdown state in the event of multiple failures. Emergency boration system, which is a diverse reactor trip system, guarantees a reactor trip in the case in which the control rods are not mechanically operable. The diverse containment spray system removes the heat from the containment building during severe accident conditions. It also provides long-term shutdown cooling under the designed extension conditions when the shutdown cooling function is not available. The APR 1000 has dedicated safety features to mitigate a severe accident which might occur in spite of redundant safety systems. The emergency reactor depressurization system prevents high-pressure melt ejection and thus eliminates the possibility of containment failure due to direct containment heating. The passive autocatalytic recombiners operate without power and prevent hydrogen explosions due to local accumulation within the containment building. The core catcher ensures prevention of the molten core concrete interaction and thus limits radioactive releases by collecting and cooling molten corium, which may drop to the reactor cavity after a severe accident. Taking into account the high economics, the major components such as the reactor vessel of the APR 1000 have a 60-year design lifetime and the plant availability is over 90%. APR 1000 is designed to ensure that there is no off-site radiological impact during normal operation, no or only minor radiological impact under design basis accidents and design extension conditions without core melt, and that only limited emergency protective measures are necessary under severe accidents. Finally, proven technologies endorsed by the US NRC and EUR organization will be incorporated in the construction of APR 1000, which will be built on time and on budget. APR 1000, which has the world's highest level of safety, technology, and economics, will prove its excellence to the global nuclear industry.
new materials, intelligent manufacturing systems, smart mobility, biomedicine and healthcare technologies, modern energy industries. These are the main fields in which we pursue research, development, and innovation in the Pilsen region. Create your future with us. Innovate with us. Our region has a history of innovation. Important trade routes have always led through here. The first book was printed here. The first electric lamp was lit. We've seen dynamic developments in transport and new fields of medicine. Two of the world's leading brands, Skoda and Pilsner Urquell, were created here. We are successfully continuing this tradition. We are a region with traditionally strong industrial players, innovative companies, and major university institutions and successful research centers. But we're not just an industrial region. You can spend your free time wandering through the countryside or visiting historical and industrial monuments. You can be active or relax with great food and great beer. There's something for everyone. Here in the Pilsen region, we're involved in materials engineering, research into metallic materials, 3D printed machine tools, special steels, the research and application of thermal spraying, and new technologies for the forming and heat treatment of metals for mechanical engineering and the automotive and energy industries. For example, if you ever come across a smart window which controls the amount of thermal solar radiation passing through, depending on temperature, thanks to a special coating, this patent originates from research at our university. Manufacturing, power plants, and industry in the Czech Republic and abroad use intelligent control systems designed by engineers from innovative companies from the Pilsen region. The university's Research Technology Center is developing completely new applications for contactless thermal imaging measurement, and not only for industry. Sophisticated computers that are built into medical devices are saving people's lives, and they're also being used in industry, transport, and aviation. Smooth running. Let's take a look at another rapidly developing field, smart mobility. But we're not talking about just developing new electric drive systems. This is about a whole range of technological innovations for the operation and management of urban traffic, wireless charging, autonomous systems testing, and transmission development. One leading field we're dedicated to is biomedicine. This focuses on research and development in the fields of organ replacement and regeneration. This includes research into the prevention of viral infections after kidney transplantation, as well as research into antibiotic resistance. Specialist software is helping to diagnose and treat liver cancer as sensitively as possible. Software and diagnostics are also helping to prevent transport, medical, and sports injuries. The Pilsen region has a long-standing tradition in the fields of power engineering, high-current electrical engineering, the development of control and regulation systems, and in other areas related to energy security and production, and energy distribution in general. Create your future with us. Utilize the potential of the Pilsen region. In practice, in research, at the university, there will always be innovation. Let's succeed together in the world. Innovate with us. The Pilsen region, the best place for innovation.
We are the Czech Radioactive Waste Repository Authority. We ensure the safe disposal of all the radioactive waste produced in the Czech Republic, whether it originates from the medicine, research, industry, or energy sectors. We operate 3 waste disposal facilities for mainly low and intermediate level waste. We are also preparing the construction of a deep geological repository for the disposal of spent nuclear fuel from our 2 nuclear power plants and future nuclear energy sources. The repository will be designed to protect the environment and future generations for up to 1 million years. The safety and reliability of the deep geological repository is being verified through experiments and long-term research conducted at our Bukov underground research facility, which simulates the real conditions of the repository. International cooperation is also playing a crucial role in the preparation of the repository. We work closely with experts from many countries, including Sweden, Finland, France, Switzerland, and South Korea. Via the involvement of the Czech Republic in the EURAD-2 European Research Program, we share knowledge, develop common approaches, and contribute to the safety of radioactive waste management systems at the European level. In addition, the Czech Republic takes over the presidency this year of the International Implementing Geological Disposal Technology Platform, IGDTP, which brings together leading European organizations involved in the geological disposal of radioactive waste. Our leadership role will allow us to actively influence the direction of research and contribute to connecting advanced and emerging disposal programs. Our vision is to protect present and future generations. Are you interested in learning more about our work? Visit our website or follow us on social media.
UJV řeš navazuje na více než 6 desítek let zkušeností svého předchůdce, Ústavu jaderného výzkumu. Společnost dnes prezentují špičkoví odborníci, technicko-inženýrské a projektové služby, aplikovaný výzkum a unikátní technologická infrastruktura. To vše ve službách bezpečné a spolehlivé energetiky, průmyslu a nukleární medicíny. K dnešní klientele z celého světa patří hlavně provozovatelé energetických celků, státní dozorové orgány, investoři náročných průmyslových technologií, původci radioaktivních odpadů a pracoviště nukleární medicíny. Jedním ze stěžejních úkolů UJV řeš je podpora bezpečnosti a spolehlivosti jaderných elektráren v České republice i ve světě. Z legislativního hlediska jde hlavně o průkazy jaderné bezpečnosti zařízení. Z provozního pohledu je to škála aktivit zaměřených na sledování, kontroly a vyhodnocování provozních parametrů, jejichž výsledkem jsou návrhy konkrétních opatření pro zvýšení bezpečnosti a spolehlivosti provozů. V oblasti palivového cyklu se specialisté z řeže soustředují na podporu licencování paliva pro reaktory a jeho efektivní využití. Zvýšení efektivity paliva v provozu bloků řeší UJV řeš zejména vývojem nástrojů pro optimalizaci palivových vsázek a programů pro monitorování aktivní zóny. Řízení životnosti jaderné elektrárny představuje propracovaný systém péče o složité technologie různých typů. UJV řeš se touto oblastí zabývá i na mezinárodní úrovni. Zpracovává programy pro řízené stárnutí konkrétních komponent, je autorem řady certifikovaných programů a metodik. Základnu pro řízení životního cyklu tvoří zkoušky mechanických a strukturních vlastností materiálů, hodnocení jejich degradace v náročných podmínkách, svědečné programy tlakové nádoby reaktorů nebo kvalifikované inspekční metody a postupy. Podporu provozovatelům zastřešují komplexní projekty řízení životnosti a zvyšování výkonu průmyslových celků. Akreditované laboratoře společnosti působí v oblastech pokrývajících vybrané vlastnosti materiálů, akreditovaná zkušební měření, zkoušky a analýzy.
Instead of predicting changes that will happen a decade from now, we consider the energy value that will stay true even after a century. Energy technology that preserves the value of the nature and seeks equitable distribution of wellness enjoyed by all mankind. Starting from nuclear energy, we are building a sustainable nuclear engineering platform for the future society, free of energy worries. FNC. Our challenge of discovering the tomorrow's technology and people and the future of nuclear energy and technology is like an engine that runs non-stop. Together with experts possessing the world-class technical competitiveness, we lead the safe use of nuclear energy. We add safety and security to nuclear power plants based on our expertise and technology in all fields of nuclear energy. With a goal of continuous technological development in nuclear energy, we trailblaze more progressive, innovative paths. Demonstrating abilities in unbiased technical innovation, we strengthen ethics, principles, and conviction in nuclear energy to present clear answers to customers and to promote a sense of trust toward the energy. FNC.
The founding of Kings was closely tied to Korea's landmark achievement in securing the contract for the Baraka nuclear power plant.
2009년 바라카 원전 수주를 계기로 원자력 발전의 설계, 건설, 운영, 폐쇄까지의 전 생애 주기에 대한 실무적인 경험을 갖추고 국제적인 감각까지 갖고 있는 원자력 전문가를 양성하기 위한 국제 원자력 대학원 대학으로 설립되었습니다.
Since then, students from across the globe have chosen Kings to explore Korea's leading nuclear technology. Kings has graduated to 188 nuclear energy specialists from 33 different countries since 2012.
I came to Korea from the Brno University of Technology. My background was energetic and thermomechanical engineering. Like King's is amazing university because the professors are really the experts on their fields. The Korean style of studying is a little bit different than the European style because you are more focused on practical parts, like the semester project, where you can get more knowledge about the practical information and not only about the exams and theoretical information.
킹스는 IAEA에서도 인정하고 있는 매우 성공적인 원자력 전문 인력 양성 기관입니다. 최근에 체코 원전 수출과 관련해서는 체코의 유수 대학인 브루노 공대에 킹스 원자력 협력센터를 설립하고 있는데 이와 같은 형태의 해외 진출도 더욱 활발해질 것입니다.
Korea has successfully constructed and operated a total of 26 nuclear power plants since the 1970s. Korean nuclear technology has been continually improved through development and construction of the OPR-1000 and the APR-1400. Currently, KHNP is constructing 8 units of APR-1400 nuclear power plants based on proven technologies and experience accumulated from domestic and overseas projects. In particular, the APR-1400 has obtained design certification from both the US NRC and EUR organization, and thus is recognized as one of the world's best nuclear power plants. Now, we would like to introduce the new reactor APR-1000, which has significantly improved safety and economics, and is designed to meet the latest international safety requirements based on the experience and proven technology of the OPR 1000 and APR 1400. First of all, the APR 1000 site layout was optimized with consideration of safety and economic. The containment building houses the reactor coolant system, and the auxiliary building houses the major equipment of the safety systems, chemical and volume control system, and fuel handling storage system. The compound building includes rad waste treatment system and access control facilities. The turbine generator building houses the turbines, generator, and related auxiliary systems. APR 1000 adopts cooling towers for inland operation. The RCS of APR 1000 is based on the proven technology for OPR 1000, combined with the enhanced safety features of the APR 1400. APR 1000 offers improved safety and economics by using Hyper 16. With the 4 train safety systems and the passive auxiliary feed water system, the APR 1000 substantially improves the reliability of safety functions compared to the APR 1400. Safety injection system, which provides the emergency core cooling function, is designed to have enhanced reliability and performance by adoption of direct vessel injection, which minimizes the failure of core cooling, safety injection tank with flow control, and the emergency core barrel duct, which provides efficient core cooling flows. Shutdown cooling and containment spray system provides functions to maintain safe shutdown state and containment integrity. This system consists of 4 trains for each function to enhance both reliability and economic. Passive auxiliary feed water system passively supplies the feed water to the steam generator to cool down the secondary side of the steam generator without power during an accident, such as feed water line break. This passive system significantly improves the plant safety. PAFS removes the residual heat from the core by condensing the steam from the steam generator by natural convection. The passive condensation heat exchanger in the passive condensation cooling tank lowers the RCS temperature down to the shutdown cooling entry condition. Emergency diesel generators, which supply the emergency power for safe shutdown during a loss of off-site power, have 4 trains to ensure safety and availability. APR 1000 provides diverse safety features that are used to reach and maintain safe shutdown state in the event of multiple failures. Emergency boration system, which is a diverse reactor trip system, guarantees a reactor trip in the case in which the control rods are not mechanically operable. The diverse containment spray system removes the heat from the containment building during severe accident conditions. It also provides long-term shutdown cooling under the designed extension conditions when the shutdown cooling function is not available. The APR 1000 has dedicated safety features to mitigate a severe accident which might occur in spite of redundant safety systems. The emergency reactor depressurization system prevents high-pressure melt ejection and thus eliminates the possibility of containment failure due to direct containment heating. The passive autocatalytic recombiners operate without power and prevent hydrogen explosions due to local accumulation within the containment building. The core catcher ensures prevention of the molten core concrete interaction and thus limits radioactive releases by collecting and cooling molten corium, which may drop to the reactor cavity after a severe accident. Taking into account the high economics, the major components such as the reactor vessel of the APR-1000 have a 60-year design lifetime, and the plant availability is over 90%. APR-1000 is designed to ensure that there is no off-site radiological impact during normal operation, no or only minor radiological impact under design basis accidents and design extension conditions without core melt, and that only limited emergency protective measures are necessary under severe accidents. Finally, proven technologies endorsed by the US NRC and EUR organization will be incorporated in the construction of APR-1000, which will be built on time and on budget. APR-1000, which has the world's highest level of safety, technology, and economics, will prove its excellence to the global nuclear industry.
New materials, intelligent manufacturing systems, smart mobility, biomedicine and healthcare technologies, modern energy industries. These are the main fields in which we pursue research, development, and innovation in the Pilsen region. Create your future with us. Innovate with us. Our region has a history of innovation. Important trade routes have always led through here. The first book was printed here. The first electric lamp was lit. We've seen dynamic developments in transport and new fields of medicine. Two of the world's leading brands, Skoda and Pilsner Urquell, were created here. We are successfully continuing this tradition. We are a region with traditionally strong industrial players, innovative companies, and major university institutions and successful research centers. But we're not just an industrial region. You can spend your free time wandering through the countryside or visiting historical and industrial monuments. You can be active or relax with great food and great beer. There's something for everyone. Here in the Pilsen region, we're involved in materials engineering, research into metallic materials, 3D printed machine tools, special steels, the research and application of thermal spraying, and new technologies for the forming and heat treatment of metals for mechanical engineering and the automotive and energy industries. For example, if you ever come across a smart window which controls the amount of thermal solar radiation passing through, depending on temperature, thanks to a special coating, this patent originates from research at our university. Manufacturing, power plants, and industry in the Czech Republic and abroad use intelligent control systems designed by engineers from innovative companies from the Pilsen region. The university's Research Technology Center is developing completely new applications for contactless thermal imaging measurement, and not only for industry. Sophisticated computers that are built into medical devices are saving people's lives, and they're also being used in industry, transport, and aviation. Smooth running. Let's take a look at another rapidly developing field, smart mobility. But we're not talking about just developing new electric drive systems. This is about a whole range of technological innovations for the operation and management of urban traffic, wireless charging, autonomous systems testing, and transmission development. One leading field we're dedicated to is biomedicine. This focuses on research and development in the fields of organ replacement and regeneration. This includes research into the prevention of viral infections after kidney transplantation, as well as research into antibiotic resistance. Specialist software is helping to diagnose and treat liver cancer as sensitively as possible. Software and diagnostics are also helping to prevent transport, medical, and sports injuries. The Pilsen region has a long-standing tradition in the fields of power engineering, high-current electrical engineering, the development of control and regulation systems, and in other areas related to energy security and production, and energy distribution in general. Create your future with us. Utilize the potential of the Pilsen region. In practice, in research, at the university, there will always be innovation. Let's succeed together in the world. Innovate with us. The Pilsen region, the best place for innovation.
We are the Czech Radioactive Waste Repository Authority. We ensure the safe disposal of all the radioactive waste produced in the Czech Republic, whether it originates from the medicine, research, industry, or energy sectors. We operate 3 waste disposal facilities for mainly low and intermediate level waste. We are also preparing the construction of a deep geological repository for the disposal of spent nuclear fuel from our 2 nuclear power plants and future nuclear energy sources. The repository will be designed to protect the environment and future generations for up to 1 million years. The safety and reliability of the deep geological repository is being verified through experiments and long-term research conducted at our Bukov underground research facility, which simulates the real conditions of the repository. International cooperation is also playing a crucial role in the preparation of the repository. We work closely with experts from many countries, including Sweden, Finland, France, Switzerland, and South Korea. Via the involvement of the Czech Republic in the EURAD-2 European Research Program, we share knowledge, develop common approaches, and contribute to the safety of radioactive waste management systems at the European level. In addition, the Czech Republic takes over the presidency this year of the International Implementing Geological Disposal Technology Platform, IGDTP, which brings together leading European organizations involved in the geological disposal of radioactive waste. Our leadership role will allow us to actively influence the direction of research and contribute to connecting advanced and emerging disposal programs. Our vision is to protect present and future generations. Are you interested in learning more about our work? Visit our website or follow us on social media.
UJV řeš navazuje na více než 6 desítek let zkušeností svého předchůdce, Ústavu jaderného výzkumu. Společnost dnes prezentují špičkoví odborníci, technicko-inženýrské a projektové služby, aplikovaný výzkum a unikátní technologická infrastruktura. To vše ve službách bezpečné a spolehlivé energetiky, průmyslu a nukleární medicíny. K dnešní klientele z celého světa patří hlavně provozovatelé energetických celků, státní dozorové orgány, investoři náročných průmyslových technologií, původci radioaktivních odpadů a pracoviště nukleární medicíny. Jedním ze stěžejních úkolů UJV řeš je podpora bezpečnosti a spolehlivosti jaderných elektráren v České republice i ve světě. Z legislativního hlediska jde hlavně o průkazy jaderné bezpečnosti zařízení, z provozního pohledu je to škála aktivit zaměřených na sledování, kontroly a vyhodnocování provozních parametrů, jejichž výsledkem jsou návrhy konkrétních opatření pro zvýšení bezpečnosti a spolehlivosti provozů. V oblasti palivového cyklu se specialisté z řeže soustřeďují na podporu licencování paliva pro reaktory a jeho efektivní využití. Zvýšení efektivity paliva v provozu bloků řeší UJV řeš zejména vývojem nástrojů pro optimalizaci palivových vsázek a programů pro monitorování aktivní zóny. Řízení životnosti jaderné elektrárny představuje propracovaný systém péče o složité technologie různých typů. UJV řeš se touto oblastí zabývá i na mezinárodní úrovni. Zpracovává programy pro řízené stárnutí konkrétních komponent, je autorem řady certifikovaných programů a metodik. Základnu pro řízení životního cyklu tvoří zkoušky mechanických a strukturních vlastností materiálů, hodnocení jejich degradace v náročných podmínkách, svědečné programy tlakové nádoby reaktorů nebo kvalifikované inspekční metody a postupy. Podporu provozovatelům zastřešují komplexní projekty řízení životnosti a zvyšování výkonu průmyslových celků. Akreditované laboratoře společnosti působí v oblastech pokrývajících vybrané vlastnosti materiálů, akreditovaná zkušební měření, zkoušky a analýzy.
Instead of predicting changes that will happen a decade from now, we consider the energy value that will stay true even after a century. Energy technology that preserves the value of the nature and seeks equitable distribution of wellness enjoyed by all mankind. Starting from nuclear energy, We are building a sustainable nuclear engineering platform for the future society, free of energy worries. FNC. Our challenge of discovering the tomorrow's technology and people and the future of nuclear energy and technology is like an engine that runs non-stop. Together with experts possessing the world-class technical competitiveness, we lead the safe use of nuclear energy. We add safety and security to nuclear power plants, based on our expertise and technology in all fields of nuclear energy. With a goal of continuous technological development in nuclear energy, we trailblaze more progressive, innovative paths. Demonstrating abilities in unbiased technical innovation, we strengthen ethics, principles, and conviction in nuclear energy to present clear answers to customers and to promote a sense of trust toward the energy. FNC.
The founding of Kings was closely tied to Korea's landmark achievement in securing the contract for the Baraka nuclear power plant.
2009년 바라카 원전 수주를 계기로 원자력 발전의 설계, 건설, 운영, 폐쇄까지의 전 생애 주기에 대한 실무적인 경험을 갖추고 국제적인 감각까지 갖고 있는 원자력 전문가를 양성하기 위한 국제 원자력 대학원 대학으로 설립되었습니다.
Since then, students from across the globe have chosen Kings to explore Korea's leading nuclear technology. Kings has graduated to 188 nuclear energy specialists from 33 different countries since 2012.
I came to Korea from the Brno University of Technology. My background was energetic and thermomechanical engineering. Like King's is amazing university because the professors are really the experts on their fields. The Korean style of studying is a little bit different than the European style because you are more focused on practical parts, like the semester project, where you can get more knowledge about the practical information and not only about the exams and theoretical information.
킹스는 IAEA에서도 인정하고 있는 매우 성공적인 원자력 전문 인력 양성 기관입니다. 최근에 체코 원전 수출과 관련해서는 체코의 유수 대학인 브루노 공대에 킹스 원자력 협력센터를 설립하고 있는데 이와 같은 형태의 해외 진출도 더욱 활발해질 것입니다.
Korea has successfully constructed and operated a total of 26 nuclear power plants since the 1970s. Korean nuclear technology has been continually improved through development and construction of the OPR-1000 and the APR-1400. Currently, KHNP is constructing 8 units of APR-1400 nuclear power plants based on proven technologies and experience accumulated from domestic and overseas projects. In particular, the APR-1400 has obtained design certification from both the US NRC and EUR organization, and thus is recognized as one of the world's best nuclear power plants. Now, we would like to introduce the new reactor APR-1000, which has significantly improved safety and economics, and is designed to meet the latest international safety requirements based on the experience and proven technology of the OPR-1000 and APR-1400. First of all, the APR-1000 site layout was optimized with consideration of safety and economic. The containment building houses the reactor coolant system. And the auxiliary building houses the major equipment of the safety systems, chemical and volume control system, and fuel handling storage system. The compound building includes rad waste treatment system and access control facilities. The turbine generator building houses the turbines, generator, and related auxiliary systems. APR 1000 adopts cooling towers for inland operation. The RCS of APR 1000 is based on the proven technology for OPR 1000, combined with the enhanced safety features of the APR 1400. APR 1000 offers improved safety and economics by using Hyper 16. With the 4 train safety systems and the passive auxiliary feed water system, the APR 1000 substantially improves the reliability of safety functions compared to the APR 1400. Safety injection system, which provides the emergency core cooling function, is designed to have enhanced reliability and performance by adoption of direct vessel injection, which minimizes the failure of core cooling, safety injection tank with flow control, and the emergency core barrel duct, which provides efficient core cooling flows. Shutdown cooling and containment spray system provides functions to maintain safe shutdown state and containment integrity. This system consists of 4 trains for each function to enhance both reliability and economics. Passive auxiliary feed water system passively supplies the feed water to the steam generator to cool down the secondary side of the steam generator without power during an accident, such as feed water line break. This passive system significantly improves the plant safety. PAFS removes the residual heat from the core by condensing the steam from the steam generator by natural convection. The passive condensation heat exchanger in the passive condensation cooling tank lowers the RCS temperature down to the shutdown cooling entry condition. Emergency diesel generators, which supply the emergency power for safe shutdown during a loss of off-site power, have 4 trains to ensure safety and availability. APR 1000 provides diverse safety features that are used to reach and maintain safe shutdown state in the event of multiple failures. Emergency boration system, which is a diverse reactor trip system, guarantees a reactor trip in the case in which the control rods are not mechanically operable. The diverse containment spray system removes the heat from the containment building during severe accident conditions. It also provides long-term shutdown cooling under the designed extension conditions when the shutdown cooling function is not available. The APR 1000 has dedicated safety features to mitigate a severe accident which might occur in spite of redundant safety systems. The emergency reactor depressurization system prevents high-pressure melt ejection and thus eliminates the possibility of containment failure due to direct containment heating. The passive autocatalytic recombiners operate without power and prevent hydrogen explosions due to local accumulation within the containment building. The core catcher ensures prevention of the molten core concrete interaction and thus limits radioactive releases by collecting and cooling molten corium, which may drop to the reactor cavity after a severe accident. Taking into account the high economics, the major components such as the reactor vessel of the APR-1000 have a 60-year design lifetime, and the plant availability is over 90%. APR-1000 is designed to ensure that there is no off-site radiological impact during normal operation, no or only minor radiological impact under design basis accidents and design extension conditions without core melt, and that only limited emergency protective measures are necessary under severe accidents. Finally, proven technologies endorsed by the US NRC and EUR organization will be incorporated in the construction of APR-1000, which will be built on time and on budget. APR-1000, which has the world's highest level of safety, technology, and economics, will prove its excellence to the global nuclear industry.
New materials, intelligent manufacturing systems, smart mobility, biomedicine and healthcare technologies, modern energy industries. These are the main fields in which we pursue research, development and innovation in the Pilsen region. Create your future with us. Innovate with us. Our region has a history of innovation. Important trade routes have always led through here. The first book was printed here. The first electric lamp was lit. We've seen dynamic developments in transport and new fields of medicine. Two of the world's leading brands, Skoda and Pilsner Urquell, were created here. We are successfully continuing this tradition. We are a region with traditionally strong industrial players, innovative companies, and major university institutions and successful research centers. But we're not just an industrial region. You can spend your free time wandering through the countryside or visiting historical and industrial monuments. You can be active or relax with great food and great beer. There's something for everyone. Here in the Pilsen region, we're involved in materials engineering, research into metallic materials, 3D printed machine tools, special steels, the research and application of thermal spraying, and new technologies for the forming and heat treatment of metals for mechanical engineering and the automotive and energy industries. For example, if you ever come across a smart window which controls the amount of thermal solar radiation passing through, depending on temperature, thanks to a special coating, this patent originates from research at our university. Manufacturing, power plants, and industry in the Czech Republic and abroad use intelligent control systems designed by engineers from innovative companies from the Pilsen region. The university's Research Technology Center is developing completely new applications for contactless thermal imaging measurement, and not only for industry. Sophisticated computers that are built into medical devices are saving people's lives, and they're also being used in industry, transport, and aviation. Smooth running. Let's take a look at another rapidly developing field, smart mobility. But we're not talking about just developing new electric drive systems. This is about a whole range of technological innovations for the operation and management of urban traffic, wireless charging, autonomous systems testing, and transmission development. One leading field we're dedicated to is biomedicine. This focuses on research and development in the fields of organ replacement and regeneration. This includes research into the prevention of viral infections after kidney transplantation, as well as research into antibiotic resistance. Specialist software is helping to diagnose and treat liver cancer as sensitively as possible. Software and diagnostics are also helping to prevent transport, medical, and sports injuries. The Pilsen region has a long-standing tradition in the fields of power engineering, high-current electrical engineering, the development of control and regulation systems, and in other areas related to energy security and production, and energy distribution in general. Create your future with us. Utilize the potential of the Pilsen region. In practice, in research, at the university, there will always be innovation. Let's succeed together in the world. Innovate with us. The Pilsen region, the best place for innovation.
We are the Czech Radioactive Waste Repository Authority. We ensure the safe disposal of all the radioactive waste produced in the Czech Republic, whether it originates from the medicine, research, industry, or energy sectors. We operate 3 waste disposal facilities for mainly low and intermediate level waste. We are also preparing the construction of a deep geological repository for the disposal of spent nuclear fuel from our 2 nuclear power plants and future nuclear energy sources. The repository will be designed to protect the environment and future generations for up to 1 million years. The safety and reliability of the deep geological repository is being verified through experiments and long-term research conducted at our Bukov underground research facility, which simulates the real conditions of the repository. International cooperation is also playing a crucial role in the preparation of the repository. We work closely with experts from many countries, including Sweden, Finland, France, Switzerland, and South Korea. Via the involvement of the Czech Republic in the EURAD-2 European Research Program, we share knowledge, develop common approaches, and contribute to the safety of radioactive waste management systems at the European level. In addition, the Czech Republic takes over the presidency this year of the International Implementing Geological Disposal Technology Platform, IGDTP, which brings together leading European organizations involved in the geological disposal of radioactive waste. Our leadership role will allow us to actively influence the direction of research and contribute to connecting advanced and emerging disposal programs. Our vision is to protect present and future generations. Are you interested in learning more about our work? Visit our website or follow us on social media.
Raz, dva, raz, dva, raz, dva, tři.
Společnost UJV Řeš navazuje na více než 6 desítek let zkušeností svého předchůdce, Ústavu jaderného výzkumu. Společnost dnes prezentují špičkoví odborníci, technicko-inženýrské a projektové služby, aplikovaný výzkum a unikátní technologická infrastruktura.
Raz, dva, raz,
Vše
dva.
ve službách bezpečné a spolehlivé energetiky, průmyslu a nukleární medicíny. Dnešní klientele z celého světa patří hlavně provozovatelé energetických celků, státní dozorové orgány, investoři náročných průmyslových technologií, původci radioaktivních odpadů a pracoviště nukleární medicíny. Jedním ze stěžejních úkolů ÚJV Řeš je podpora bezpečnosti a spolehlivosti jaderných elektráren v České republice i ve světě. Z legislativního hlediska jde hlavně o průkazy jaderné bezpečnosti zařízení. Z provozního pohledu je to škála aktivit zaměřených na sledování, kontroly a vyhodnocování provozních parametrů, jejichž výsledkem jsou návrhy konkrétních opatření pro zvýšení bezpečnosti a spolehlivosti provozů. V oblasti palivového cyklu se specialisté z Řeše soustřeďují na podporu licencování paliva pro reaktory a jeho efektivní využití. Zvýšení efektivity paliva v provozu bloků řeší ÚJV Řeš zejména vývojem nástrojů pro optimalizaci palivových vsázek a programů pro monitorování aktivní zóny. Řízení životnosti jaderné elektrárny představuje propracovaný systém péče o složité technologie různých typů. ÚJV Řeš se touto oblastí zabývá i na mezinárodní úrovni. Zpracovává programy pro řízené stárnutí konkrétních komponent, je autorem řady certifikovaných programů a metodik. Základnu pro řízení životního cyklu tvoří zkoušky mechanických a strukturních vlastností materiálů, hodnocení jejich degradace v náročných podmínkách, svědečné programy tlakové nádoby reaktorů nebo kvalifikované inspekční metody a postupy. Podporu provozovatelům zastřešují komplexní projekty řízení životnosti a zvyšování výkonu průmyslových celků. Akreditované laboratoře společnosti působí v oblastech pokrývajících vybrané vlastnosti materiálů, akreditovaná zkušební měření, zkoušky a analýzy.
Instead of predicting changes that will happen a decade from now, we consider the energy value that will stay true even after a century. Energy technology that preserves the value of the nature and seeks equitable distribution of wellness enjoyed by all mankind. Starting from nuclear energy, we are building a sustainable nuclear engineering platform for the future society, free of energy worries. FNC. Our challenge of discovering the tomorrow's technology and people and the future of nuclear energy and technology is like an engine that runs non-stop. Together with experts possessing the world-class technical competitiveness, we lead the safe use of nuclear energy. We add safety and security to nuclear power plants based on our expertise and technology in all fields of nuclear energy. With a goal of continuous technological development in nuclear energy, we trailblaze more progressive, innovative paths. Demonstrating abilities in unbiased technical innovation, we strengthen ethics, principles, and conviction in nuclear energy to present clear answers to customers and to promote a sense of trust toward the energy. FNC.
The founding of Kings was closely tied to Korea's landmark achievement in securing the contract for the Baraka nuclear power plant.
2009년 바라카 원전 수주를 계기로 원자력 발전의 설계, 건설, 운영, 폐쇄까지의 전 생애 주기에 대한 실무적인 경험을 갖추고 국제적인 감각까지 갖고 있는 원자력 전문가를 양성하기 위한 국제 원자력 대학원 대학으로 설립되었습니다.
Since then, students from across the globe have chosen Kings to explore Korea's leading nuclear technology. Kings has graduated to 188 nuclear energy specialists from 33 different countries since 2012.
I came to Korea from the University of Technology. My background was energetic and thermomechanical engineering. Like King's is amazing university because the professors are really the experts on their fields. The Korean style of studying is a little bit different than the European style because you are more focused on practical parts, like the semester project, where you can get more knowledge about the practical information and not only about the exams and theoretical information.
킹스는 IAEA에서도 인정하고 있는 매우 성공적인 원자력 전문 인력 양성 기관입니다. 최근에 체코 원전 수출과 관련해서는 체코의 유수 대학인 브루노 공대에 킹스 원자력 협력센터를 설립하고 있는데 이와 같은 형태의 해외 진출도 더욱 활발해질 것입니다.
Korea has successfully constructed and operated a total of 26 nuclear power plants since the 1970s. Korean nuclear technology has been continually improved through development and construction of the OPR-1000 and the APR-1400. Currently, KHNP is constructing 8 units of APR-1400 nuclear power plants based on proven technologies and experience accumulated from domestic and overseas projects. In particular, the APR-1400 has obtained design certification from both the US NRC and EUR organization, and thus is recognized as one of the world's best nuclear power plants. Now, we would like to introduce the new reactor APR-1000, which has significantly improved safety and economics, and is designed to meet the latest international safety requirements based on the experience and proven technology of the OPR-1000 and APR-1400. First of all, the APR-1000 site layout was optimized with consideration of safety and economic. The containment building houses the reactor coolant system, and the auxiliary building houses the major equipment of the safety systems, chemical and volume control system, and fuel handling storage system. The compound building includes rad waste treatment system and access control facilities. The turbine generator building houses the turbines, generator, and related auxiliary systems. APR 1000 adopts cooling towers for inland operation. The RCS of APR 1000 is based on the proven technology for OPR 1000, combined with the enhanced safety features of the APR 1400. APR 1000 offers improved safety and economics by using Hyper 16. With the 4 train safety systems and the passive auxiliary feedwater system, the APR 1000 substantially improves the reliability of safety functions compared to the APR 1400. Safety injection system, which provides the emergency core cooling function, is designed to have enhanced reliability and performance by adoption of direct vessel injection, which minimizes the failure of core cooling, safety injection tank with flow control, and the emergency core barrel duct, which provides efficient core cooling flows. Shutdown cooling and containment spray system provides functions to maintain safe shutdown state and containment integrity. This system consists of 4 trains for each function to enhance both reliability and economic. Passive auxiliary feedwater system passively supplies the feedwater to the steam generator to cool down the secondary side of the steam generator without power during an accident, such as feedwater line break. This passive system significantly improves the plant safety. PAFS removes the residual heat from the core by condensing the steam from the steam generator by natural convection. The passive condensation heat exchanger in the passive condensation cooling tank lowers the RCS temperature down to the shutdown cooling entry condition. Emergency diesel generators, which supply the emergency power for safe shutdown during a loss of off-site power, have 4 trains to ensure safety and availability. APR 1000 provides diverse safety features that are used to reach and maintain safe shutdown state in the event of multiple failures. Emergency boration system, which is a diverse reactor trip system, guarantees a reactor trip in the case in which the control rods are not mechanically operable. The diverse containment spray system removes the heat from the containment building during severe accident conditions. It also provides long-term shutdown cooling under the designed extension conditions when the shutdown cooling function is not available. The APR 1000 has dedicated safety features to mitigate a severe accident which might occur in spite of redundant safety systems. The emergency reactor depressurization system prevents high-pressure melt ejection and thus eliminates the possibility of containment failure due to direct containment heating. The passive autocatalytic recombiners operate without power and prevent hydrogen explosions due to local accumulation within the containment building. The core catcher ensures prevention of the molten core concrete interaction and thus limits radioactive releases by collecting and cooling molten corium, which may drop to the reactor cavity after a severe accident. Taking into account the high economics, the major components such as the reactor vessel of the APR-1000 have a 60-year design lifetime, and the plant availability is over 90%. APR-1000 is designed to ensure that there is no off-site radiological impact during normal operation, no or only minor radiological impact under design basis accidents and design extension conditions without core melt, and that only limited emergency protective measures are necessary under severe accidents. Finally, proven technologies endorsed by the US NRC and EUR organization will be incorporated in the construction of APR-1000, which will be built on time and on budget. APR-1000, which has the world's highest level of safety, technology, and economics, will prove its excellence to the global nuclear industry.
New materials, intelligent manufacturing systems, smart mobility, biomedicine and healthcare technologies, modern energy industries. These are the main fields in which we pursue research, development, and innovation in the Pilsen region. Create your future with us. Innovate with us. Our region has a history of innovation. Important trade routes have always led through here. The first book was printed here. The first electric lamp was lit. We've seen dynamic developments in transport and new fields of medicine. Two of the world's leading brands, Skoda and Pilsner Urquell, were created here. We are successfully continuing this tradition. We are a region with traditionally strong industrial players, innovative companies, and major university institutions and successful research centers. But we're not just an industrial region. You can spend your free time wandering through the countryside or visiting historical and industrial monuments. You can be active or relax with great food and great beer. There's something for everyone. Here in the Pilsen region, we're involved in materials engineering, research into metallic materials, 3D printed machine tools, special steels, the research and application of thermal spraying, and new technologies for the forming and heat treatment of metals for mechanical engineering and the automotive and energy industries. For example, if you ever come across a smart window which controls the amount of thermal solar radiation passing through, depending on temperature, thanks to a special coating,
Dámy a pánové, vítám vás na dalším panelu.
Welcome to our next panel on Russia's nuclear day. To a large degree, we will follow up on the topics that have been discussed in the morning session. Various legal and financial aspects connected to the investment and financial model of Dukovany, but also other sources of nuclear power, such as small modular reactors. We have a representative of the regulating authority. So all the issues and also the questions that you want to ask concerning this will be welcome. There are also representatives of the EDAD, and we were also talking about the suppliers. So a lot of topics, no slides whatsoever. We were just double checking whether any of our panelists would like to show something by way of presentation. That is not the case, but that was essentially the task for this particular panel. We really wanted to stick to the panel of a format, of a panel discussion, as we did say at the beginning. So this is one of those panel discussions in the new format of the new days. I will start by asking a quick question, but we'll be welcoming your questions, ladies and gentlemen. I'll introduce you to our panelists first. Mr. Kamil Blažek from Partner Kunstler. Marek Dlouhý, Vice Chair of the Board of Directors of PGAP. Anna Kostová, Head of the Energetika KPMG. Vladislav Havlíček, Head of the Nuclear Energy Sector at the Ministry of Industry and Trade of the Czech Republic. Štěpán Kochánek, Head of the Nuclear Safety Department at the State Institute for Nuclear Safety, and Vít Stálík, Executive Partner at White and Cons. I promised that we would follow up on the early discussion. So let's start about the financial and research model for Dukovany for the time being. I think we've had a good summary. We heard it in the morning. There is going to be some kind of financial support or state credit, line of credit, and an agreement on the purchase of energy, of course. ADU2 being turned into a company at which 20% of the company is owned by shares and the rest, 80%, is owned by the state. And we talked about issues that some people had concerning the other unit, but it was probably from the time, these were probably from the time when the notification process was not really fully disclosed. So this would be ungrounded at the time being. We have the 5th Dukovany unit already going on, notification process going on. However, we also have Unit 6 and the subsequent units being notified at the moment. So the question to Mr. Havlíček would be from the Minister of Industry and Trade, why is the notification process necessary again for the 5th unit, and what barriers do you see? Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My colleague, Mr. Eller, did mention that notification of state aid is determined or laid down in the law by the Low Carbon Act from 2021. And essentially, its main pillars are low interest rate line of credit, guaranteed return on investment throughout the operating time and or lifetime of the nuclear power plant, and some kind of stability, shall we say. Well, these pillars remain the same. Notification process was launched for the one block we've been talking about, and it's crucial that we've been able to get that consent. We suppose that the European Commission will use this case as a precedent, and it will be used probably not just for the upcoming units for the Czech Republic, but also elsewhere in Europe, in other projects. Now we're talking about 2 units. So, in terms of the market impact or impact on the market, obviously, this would have been different if you have a larger scale volume, but they stay the same principle. So, 80% of the shares have been bought out by the state from shares in Dukovany 2, and 20% remains with shares. And by the same token, the state has also embraced some of the burdens and commitments made by the bank. So this means that some of the projects will need to be reassessed in terms of return on investment, etc. But we firmly believe that the principles already agreed upon and approved by the Commission will have been confirmed also for the 2 units, for the double unit arrangement. Okay, so the reason why we are notifying again is that because this is a 2-unit project. Indeed, that's one of the causes, but the main difference is the change in the investment model, capital expenditure model, because there's a different distribution of risks now that are now under burden of the state. But I believe that it's fair to say that ČEZ being gradually overtaken by the state, by the government, one can assume that this model will have been reassessed again. Well, yes, but in terms of the risks, these will be simply still the same. The state has already taken under its umbrella some of the risks, including the building. Okay, now to our next speaker. What would be the focus for us that we should pay the most attention to? Well, my team and I, and a lot of other people, have been the consultants to ČEZ in this notification process. You need to realize that there are 3 parties to the process: the state, the shareholder, that's the Dukovany power plant, and the European Commission. Now, each of those 3 parties has their own interest, and this needs to be balanced out reasonably. What the European Commission was focusing a lot when the 15th was notified was the fulfillment of criteria for the pre-notification or the preliminary decision and the final decision. Then there were several points which the European Commission focused on. One of them was proportionality and reasonableness of the support or aid, parameters of the return on investment, adequacy of the return on investment, etc., etc. So one can expect the European Commission to take a look at these things again. And I'd like to follow up on one of the things that has been sort of mentioned between the lines, so to speak. Based on this model that was originally notified, the European Commission was considering PPA, the purchase agreement, but during the pre-notification and notification process, which was quite long, because at the end of the official proceedings, the European Commission came up with this electricity market design type of requirement, which completely changed the assessment rules.
So it is about not pushing renewable sources of energy out of the network. And we had a discussion about it before. You have the CFD model, and there's an economic incentive for the investor thanks to that. So if you operate the unit, and you, of course, have to respect all the technical limitations, and Stepan Kuchanek will tell you more about that later on. At that situation, the other sources of energy also have to have a role to play in the overall network. So that's what the European Commission focused at. And maybe just one more comment on this. The European Commission looked at the selection of ČEZ as a promoter of this investment. And since ČEZ was selected without a tender process, we had to justify ČEZ's role. In the Czech Republic, we do not have any other energy company with such long-term experience and the necessary qualifications and links to the research institute in Rzesz and other research institutes. So we simply had to highlight this and comment on that in front of the European Commission. Well, I guess many of you in the audience understand the abbreviations, but maybe not all of them. So just to sum it up. So in the beginning, you thought that you would have a standard PPA agreement. Jaroslav Míl talks about it. Then came the notification, and then you moved to contract for difference, which is a slightly differently designed contract. And then when that was approved, Mr. Míl and others criticized the fact that the purchase of the electricity is or the buyout price is based on short-term prices on the market. But maybe the criticism was influenced by lack of knowledge. And when the whole decision was published, we found out that actually the situation is slightly different, that there is no requirement to sell the electricity through a stock exchange. Well, yes, the model is quite complicated. There are many details that you can find in the final decision of the European Commission. And as you said, the contract for difference, CFD, that's the final model that will be applied to the buyout of the energy. And there are many details to the CFD. One of those details is the electricity to be purchased by a special purpose vehicle through an exchange mechanism, energy exchange mechanism. I don't know whether lawyers want to comment on that. Yes? Well, you've heard the main reasons why we had to repeat the notification. But if you look at it from the perspective of risks for the state, on one hand, yes, we have two units. So the market is larger. There might be a bigger impact on the market. So the European Commission will look for mechanisms to offset this. But at the same time, the state became a stakeholder, and that is a huge advantage because the state is much more flexible when negotiating the terms and conditions. So yes, of course, the European Commission must deal with many more notifications, so it will take longer. It could be a year and a half or 2 years to process our notification. And I also heard that it will be kind of complicated if we notify the Dukovany units and at the same time try to move forward with SMRs? Well, I guess the European Commission would have to tell us what they're able to process. But yes, they have limited resources, and there are many projects being notified at the same time in Poland, in Sweden. So looking at it from a legal perspective, and the risks of the whole process are potentially a bit lower than previously, because in the previous setup, we had ČEZ as a private company, and they had to consider what will happen with the profits and so forth. So I believe that the changes were positive for the process. Kamil Blažek. But yes, what Vítek talked about was the risk for the second notification and its approval. We often heard criticism of the government and the ministry that they notified one unit, even though they knew in advance that there will be more units that will have to be notified. But I think that their approach was correct, because we had to find a common political will that in the end it will be 2 units plus 2 more as an option. If we waited for the political unified position, it probably would never notify the project. So we had to do it step by step, and that's what the Czech government did. So their approach must be similar to what we had in the 90s when Tomáš Ježek privatized in the Czech Republic, and as he called it, he had to run away from the lawyers. And it is better to notify at least a part of what we want to do and then count with it that you might have to notify again or change the conditions. But it's better to have at least one notification approved in your pocket than wait till the very end. Because then you might also have other projects which are not as critical as nuclear units. So let's start with what is most critical. Okay, so do we have any more comments on this? If not, then I'd like to comment on one more related issue. It concerns the legal setup of Dukovany tender. And yes, the Czech courts have already decided, but there's a complaint with the European Commission, again challenging the victory of KHNP. It is based on some relatively new EU regulations. We don't have any experience with that, so even the experts do not know what to expect from the European Commission. I talked about it with Mr. Stehlik, so maybe he can comment on it. Yes, it's the European regulation called Foreign Subsidies Regulation. We already mentioned it in the morning. I think Mr. Mika talked about it. So, at this moment, public knows only what was published in media. So, as far as I know, the European Commission is now considering to what depth they want to go in their investigation. So, whether they want to look into various subsidies that KHNP might receive in South Korea, that would make their position more advantageous and influence their competitiveness in the EU. So in other words, they can offer a lower price because they have a local financial solution back home. In other words, their state subsidizes them. So that's what the European regulation tries to fight against. So the question is how detailed the scrutiny will be. In the morning, we heard that KHNP, even though it's a state-owned company, it does not receive any subsidy. It's a company that is functioning freely on a free market without any subsidies. So they shouldn't be afraid if the situation is like that. Okay, it's also a question how you define state aid and how the European Commission defines it and looks into it. Well, the definition in the regulation is so wide that it can be anything, any kind of support that the non one European entity receives, and that might give it a more advantageous position. I think that the regulation was originally drafted mainly to protect the European market from Chinese investors. But yes, but it's a general regulation applicable to everybody. So we do not know what the outcome will be in the end, and it's up to the European Commission whether they want to go into detail and how deep in their oversight they want to go. Well, just a quick comment. We will see what the outcome is going to be. It's hard to predict. But yes, we heard that KHNP is an independent market entity functioning freely on the market, and also all nuclear companies around the world, to some extent, have their at least developmental activities subsidized.
This is one of the exceptions that is laid down in this regulation. But I'd like to say about this regulation, this is really bad baton or stick that the European Commission can actually use instead of a carrot, and maybe it was a byproduct of some efforts to be able to defend its own markets. Be it e-vehicles, be it American goods, be it some particular countries' product that particularly strongly impacted upon the market vis-à-vis the other markets. I don't know. But actually practical use of this stick to be fairly reasonable. Otherwise, we will end up beating ourselves with that stick, shooting ourselves in the leg. In fact, the team that is working on this at the European level is doing this for the very first time, and I think they are already overwhelmed by the huge number of these projects. If they were to deal with hundreds of such projects, then we wouldn't be getting anywhere. So what we need to have is a reasonable approach to it. Another thing is that there is a consultation process at this moment that might result in the update to this regulation. I'm not sure that the outcome will be more positive than this current situation. It might be even worse. Okay, if I'm not mistaken, there are two directions which the regulation actually goes in. First of all is the foreign participation, such as KHNP in this case, and then acquisitions when a foreign company buys an EU-based company. And we do have an example there, that's PPF, that's a Czech-based, and then, there's a whole lot that we can say about it, but that's probably would be a diversion. So you can ask Mr. Stolik later on outside of this panel. Well, let me say that there are public tenders, acquisitions and mergers, and then the protection of the internal market, which is the least regulated area, but at the same time, it's the most flexibly perceived area. Okay, fair enough. Do we have any other comments to be made on this? Unless this is the case, let's move on, and we can come back to these topics later. But I'd like to come to the Dukovany tender, and I'd like to look at it from a slightly different angle, from the point of view of our Czech suppliers. We heard two representatives of Czech companies and one representative of the Nuclear Energy Association. And it's interesting that there can be a role to play by the export insurance, called IGAP, for the Czech Republic. And this is quite interesting, I'd say, because normally we would associate your name with mergers and acquisitions going on abroad. Now, this is happening, this project is happening right here in the Czech Republic. So what is your role? I'll let you explain that yourself. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me. I'll try to explain what IGAP does on this panel, in fact, when we come to building nuclear power plants. yes, our main role really is supporting export by ensuring the exporters, but in wider terms, broader terms, we are meant to support tech companies. So together with banks, we're able to provide funding, line of credits, funding options together with banks. But based on our experience with nuclear power plants projects, the first thing that you can't do without is a bank guarantee. Of course, these projects are very demanding in terms of funding requirements, deadlines, prepayment, performance bonds, all sorts of commitment and warranty bonds, etc., etc. So all of this will have been necessary. So if there is a nuclear power plant abroad, we can fund the end customer. For instance, in Mochovce, we were ensuring the funding of the banks, all the 4 blocks, and we were funding the Slovak power plants, in fact. In this case, it is in the Czech state, or EDU2. So we can't, by definition, be at the top of this chain, at the top of the pyramid there. There will have to be the state, or perhaps some European, Korean entity supporting the export, but we can be involved in the supply chain, where the majority of our suppliers would be Czech clients, Czech companies exporting, essentially. But given that this supplier or this tenderer is essentially from abroad, is from Korea, we can consider the Czech supplies to the Korean company as Czech exportation. So we have a wide range of operations. Okay, so the change in the law laid down a wider or broader spectrum of cases. And some people said that this was really tailored to the needs of HNP. Well, there might be companies for Onsemi and maybe Rolls-Royce, Czech companies supplying to Onsemi, or Rolls-Royce could actually use the same. Oh yes, this is a general mechanism that is applicable across the board. Once there is a supplier from the Czech Republic, Czech-based company supplying to a non-resident company, I mean, that is based outside of the Czech Republic, then we can consider this principally important tender or projects. Well, this is absolutely a very essential project, but you can apply this to any project, I mean, any company in a similar situation. Okay, maybe talking about a little more detail. If it's a company that is not based in the Czech Republic, so there might be, I can imagine, a subsidiary in the Czech Republic. So if it is a Czech subsidiary of the Korean company, well, it wouldn't work, would it? Well, if we're talking about financing exports projects, then if there's a Czech company supplying someone, no matter whom they are supplying, in fact, we can provide them with lines of credit, partly also bank guarantees. But as regards the funding of that supply project, as such, we do need a foreign customer. So it would have to be a Korean or other foreign entity. It couldn't be a Czech company. Okay, that's of interest to us, and we might come back to it later. And the last minor detail or topic that I'd like to open before I open the Q&A session would probably be best suited for Mr. Kochanek. Let me ask first about the Dukovany project. And I have to apologize. I've already asked this question at a particular conference, but I believe it is still of relevance, and I hope the auditorium will appreciate, the audience will hear it. Many of those projects will be first of their kind. To what extent is this a complicating factor from your point of view? Good afternoon. Thank you for the question. I've already chatted about this informally with some of my colleagues, and maybe this is the right time to postpone this and start talking about what a nuclear facility is, not just the API 1000 design, not the potential roles for whatever. What kind of components do we include? To what extent are these systems new or not? And this is how we have to approach this as a regulating body. So we are not looking at it with an abstract distance. We don't see that as a black box or as a monolithic issue. We need to look at the components, what are the safety functions of the individual systems, how it is being manufactured, and how the individual components are being supplied.
So from that perspective, we already have relatively loads of information to know that the small units or medium or even the large units there are parts, there are components that have been well proven in operation. They are used in other installations, and there is operational experience with the parts, with the components. Of course, the overall design and the combination of these components is unique, but it's nothing new, because even in the past, basically every nuclear installation was site-specific. Every unit must be adapted to a specific location, specific use. So that's why we go about it. We evaluate it from the smallest component to the largest one. So there are many new components that we haven't seen so far as a regulator, but other regulators around the world have experience with it. So we try to get in touch with them and learn from their experience. So it is not completely new terrain for us. It is not a unit that would be, I don't know, cooled using sodium. It's a standard high-pressure vessel design, which already is operational in the US, even though they have a double or dual containment, they have a core catcher, there are new features also in the control and management system. So yes, there are novelties that we have to look into, but it's not just a question for the regulator, it's also a question for the operator, for the future operator. They have to be ready for operating that design as well. So they have to guarantee that it will be safe to operate such a design. And it's also a challenge for the industry that will have to deliver the individual components, because they will have to be ready to deliver sufficient volumes of those parts or components in a sufficient quality for a nuclear operation. That might be the biggest challenge in the upcoming years. So you suppose that you'll be cooperating with the Korean regulator and that will help you? Yes, very specifically. As for the Dukovany project, we're negotiating with the Korean regulator. We signed a memorandum of understanding with them some time ago, and now we're activating that cooperation. Our Korean colleagues are forthcoming, are open to talk to us. We're in the third round of negotiations, trying to specify what we want to focus at. And in Korea, they're going through a standard design approval process, which is like a pre-approval of the general design that will be used in Dukovany. So that standard design approval is being done by the Korean regulator with its support organizations. That will take roughly 2 years, and at the end, they will issue a general conclusion or recommendation in terms of how well it is designed and how safe it is. And our Korean colleagues, the Korean regulator, is willing to share that information with us so that we can prepare ourselves for our own permitting process. And we also want to cooperate with our Korean colleagues on site in Korea, so to have at least some level of oversight over the manufacturing process. But that's a harder nut to crack, because you need to have either an international agreement or some form of official request being filed with the Korean side to send people over to Korea to their factories. But I suppose that within maybe a year or 9 months, that time horizon, we might be able to run a few rounds of checks. Specifically, we're interested in the long-lived items that have to be manufactured even before you start with excavation works on site, because it takes a long time to manufacture these items, such as the pressure vessel, the steam generators, and these major components that will be manufactured in Korea. Okay, maybe just one more additional question. You said that you're preparing yourself for the SMR reactors, and you're thinking about VVER 300 and Rolls-Royce. And I think tomorrow we will have a discussion about it during the SMR block of presentations. Maybe some panelists expect that the fourth generation reactors will have a good future. It's based on the demand in the US, the big tech demand, and the development of the fourth generation. So will you be ready for that as well? Well, we see it as a long-term perspective issue in the Czech Republic. There's no specific demand for this in the Czech Republic. Tomorrow, by the way, we will have somebody from nuclear company in the panel, so they will definitely talk about it. So we are preparing ourselves. So of course we monitor what is happening. We participate in various events like this conference, and it's very beneficial for us. But it's very difficult to prepare yourself for something that you can't get much information about, because yes, there's a lot to talk about it in the public space, but of course the fourth generation reactors are much more complicated than the VVER 300 or the Rolls-Royce. So the new generation reactors, it's still in the cradle, they're laying the foundation. There's a lot being developed, so we will see how it develops. Well, it's good news that when it comes to those two specific reactors, you do have information. Yes, we have some information, and we have an intense cooperation with various stakeholders on various platforms. So in case of Rolls-Royce, we are involved in the general design assessment that's ongoing in the UK. It's like that SDA in Korea. And we want to have a closer cooperation with the British regulator as well. And as for the VVRX 300, a lot of info is publicly available, because you might know that there has already been a licensing process in Canada, and the regulator, Canadian regulator, gave the manufacturer a green light, even though there were many terms and conditions and requirements to be fulfilled. And we have many platforms on which we cooperate with other countries, for example, Polish colleagues or Hungarian colleagues, because there's also a potential for this reactor. And American government has been quite active in this recently. They offer various support programs financed by the American government, support programs for Middle Eastern countries, where they see a potential that the VDRX 300 Hitachi reactors could be used. And they also have a parallel program next, which is for the regulators and other regulating authorities. So we have a series of educational events for our experts and specialists, simply to get to know that design and to know how to regulate it. And there's also a new program starting. It's called Spring, and that could help closer cooperation between regulators, again concerning the VBRX 300 design. So yes, we're intensely working on our preparation. We're not waiting for anything. Okay, so would any other panelist would like to add anything to it? If not, then the audience has the floor. If you have any questions, I can also start discussing other topics. If you don't have any questions at this moment, I don't see any raised hands. No? Yes, there's one question.
Technical University, correct? Yes, correct. I'm from CTA. I wanted to ask you this question. There's a new development, new bill of the Nuclear Energy Act. And are we really ready for the legislative framework for building new units, or do we still need some areas to be covered more specifically, and which ones? Well, that's a tough one. You asked whether there are some gaps after this bill has been passed. So the official question, of course, is no. Of course, there are no gaps. The 1st of July is the date of this law took effect, the Nuclear Act. That's from the legislative framework. The law is, the wording of that act is reasonably general, so that we don't see any issues there. When it comes to the bylaw, we work on 14 bylaws. The absolute majority of them have been already announced, promulgated, and they've come into force and effect. They should come into effect into the 1st of January 2026. But some of the bylaws are fairly detailed, taxative in terms of the lists they provide. And even though we try to do our best, you really find a difficult task because we have no idea in the past 3 years what exactly this design will have incorporated. So even though we're trying to suit it to those needs, we didn't have enough data to say so. So we wanted to be ready for all sorts of options, including boiling reactors, and we wanted to make sure that the bylaws don't really put an obstacle in the process. So when it was too specific, we wanted to go more general. If it was too general and it was kind of tailored to the VDER types of Czech-based reactors, we wanted to go more in the direction of the IAEA types of regulations because they are more general. And I'm going to shoot myself with my foot, so to speak. There's no way that you can cover all sorts of possible solutions. But let me say in general that it's not a matter of principle. In essence, we are sort of ready definitely for the Dukovany project. If we run into something more specific, the law has provided for an alternative, the possibility to use an alternative approach, meaning when the applicant for certification comes up with a different solution, an alternative solution, the authorities can approve it based on new assessment. The alternative new approach is the only way forward. There always needs to be good justification if it is safe and secure, but it certainly isn't excluded It's not something that would actually exclude any other possible solutions. So, in theory, you could apply this procedure to any legal and justified requirement. See how it goes in practice. Globally speaking, it's not unique. The same applies to the US, and also the our Finnish counterparts also have something similar in play. So to end on a more optimistic note, yes, we are ready. And I'd say with the bylaws, the way I personally see it, if we find 2 years down the line that there's a crucial problem, we can open the can and sort of rework it. Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Skadi. There's no way I can compare myself, my modest knowledge with Mr. Kochanek's, but I've read the law and I had the feeling, honestly, that definitely the legislative framework would not be in the way, not be standing in the way of further SMR development. I would actually say that it is flexible enough, it is timely enough, and we are a nuclear country, for peaceful purposes, of course. I think we have a base to build on. It's a great start, and the legislative framework is definitely not going to be the hindrance. So from my point of view, it's well done without big gaps. Thank you. Unless there are any more contributions from our panelists on this, are there going to be any more questions? Thank you. I'd like to come back to Mr. Stanley. You did say that there are still some issues in the legislative framework. Could you please identify them and say which ones? Thank you. Well, talking about the Nuclear Act, I can't be professional enough. I personally don't see any major issues there. I mean, there is an alternative approach possible if there is some innovative approach, for instance, delivered and designed by the suppliers, by the contractors. So I think that actually covers the gaps, if any, that might appear down the road. So I think this is good in relation to what we know and what the authority has in terms of expert levels. There is always space for improvement, and I'm sure we would find some places that could be improved, some sections. One thing that could be improved for the area of small modular reactors, I think would go in the direction of public or state aid or public support. I suppose there will be a European-based type of legislation framework, and I hope that if the European Commission realizes the importance of this technology and it realizes the importance of it, I mean, then we should create some kind of support framework for it. This is a huge investment, and particularly the first projects will be extremely difficult because the private investors will require all the elements to be there so that they make the final investor decision. That means the commitment to get some price levels commitment, extraordinary risk protection, etc., etc. So, in my view, we can't get by without using public aid or that kind of support. So, let's say this is a space for improvement in terms of legislation in the next 10 to 15 years. That's a fairly interesting comment to make, because the investor and financial model is being discussed in relation to Dukovany. And based on the scenario that says announced, the Rolls-Royce reactor would be actually completed before the Dukovany units. But I didn't look at CHES's presentation, although this is not publicly communicated. I believe that CHES requires the same financial and technical model for the Rolls-Royce development as for the Dukovany project. So who wants to pick up this one? Let me follow up on that. We were discussing the Nuclear Act. One point that might be discussed, although the discussion has been closed now, goes back to what the discussions in other countries are covering. To what extent it is possible to simplify and reduce the technical, operating and other requirements for SMR compared to big nuclear reactors. In the Czech Republic, I believe the feeling is that simply the same approach applies, no matter whether it is a small modular reactor or a big reactor. So I've given you an answer already, but why not repeat it? And then I'll tell you one more thing, and maybe it's not a reply, but rather than a question.
So a question to Mr. Kochanek. Legislative conditions, that's one thing. But on the other hand, we also have financial and budgetary conditions. And looking at the bulk of expected projects, is the Czech side financially well equipped to cover what needs to be covered? What needs to be financed? Okay, very quickly, the first part. Well, I really do not want to explain to you that we cannot have a different approach to the SMRs. Quite the opposite. We try to be realistic. We understand that SMRs represent a new perspective, a new approach. They can provide a higher safety level, and the designers confirm it. There's a lower likelihood of serious accidents happening. And that's what we tried to incorporate in the amendment of the Nuclear Act. There's the planning zones for accident mitigation. They're defined differently in the Nuclear Act. We have a goal-oriented approach and safety analysis and outcomes of those. And we're trying to be very open and forthcoming to accommodate SMRs. And it's similar in other areas where we generalized the conditions, and we have that element of layered or graded approach. So the graded approach is an internationally recognized principle, which basically says there's an objective you want to achieve, and it's up to you how you want to achieve that objective. And you have certain limitations within which you're free to move. So if it's more risky, and I don't want to say that larger reactor is more risky, but okay, let's take that as a premise, as a precondition. Okay, if the risk is higher, then I must have more effective safety measures. If the risk is lower, for example, in case of SMRs, but we've already talked about LDR-50, the small Finnish reactor that they're building just for heat generation. The risk is extremely low, low pressure, low temperature, small volume of fuel. So in that graded approach, I can imagine that they will have the same requirements, such as guarantee that there will be no leaks of radioactive material if the containment has some cracks, for example. And it's up to them to guarantee it. And the legislation is general enough to give them sufficient leeway. UK uses the same approach. The regulator is very general in its requirements. And I forgot the second question. Oh yeah, the budget, money. So we're working on it. At present, we have development strategy for the research institute in our, for our own research, and we expect to hire some 218 new people, and that should be enough to cover the new nuclear sources. But there's a different question. We have sufficient money, sufficient budget for this year and next year, and then we'll see after the election what happens. But there's another question, and that is the lack of skilled labor. So the availability of the experts on the labor market. I'm not really so optimistic as some other people that spoke before me. I think that we don't have enough people, and we have to work on that. So yes, I can say that the state is working on it. We're not underestimating any risks. The Ministry of Industry and Trade also has a plan to hire more people. Maybe Mr. Havlicek will tell you more. I saw a 3-year plan for the nuclear waste repository, and they're expecting to hire more people. So yes, we do realize that it's a big task, and we have to cope with it. And we're working on that. Okay, thank you, Kamil, for helping me. And yes, we're having a good discussion. We're sticking to the format, but don't forget the questions. Okay, just very briefly, speaking on behalf of the Ministry of Industry and Trade. We have a separate nuclear department at the ministry, and we have a reasonable number of people, of jobs, let's say, available. Of course, we do struggle sometimes to find experts. It's also a question of the maximum wages that we can offer to them. We managed to recruit a few excellent experts, but we do struggle when it comes to lawyers and economists, and we probably will be struggling in the future. And if you know any excellent lawyer or economist who is passionate about nuclear, then please tell him or her to watch the web pages of our ministry, because we're opening many jobs. Okay, so investor and financial model for SMRs. Well, I will describe it more widely, if I may. The state aid, as we speak about it, is not just about money, just about financial support. It's a combination of 3 things: contract for difference, then a repayable financial assistance or aid, and it's change in law. So these 3 aspects. So why do we have to look into the state aid? So we have to realize that any nuclear project is so comprehensive and so costly that so far we haven't had even one project built without state money. Usually, the projects were implemented based on G2G cooperation. Now we can see a tender-based model being implemented, and for us it's unprecedented. And the European Commission looked at the state aid for Dukovany and turned it into a precedent that it would like to apply to the new units to be built in Dukovany. But the vision was to build a unified template that the European Commission will be able to use in other countries like Poland or Slovakia or other countries. So since this is supposed to be a template, it is new. It's new also for the European Commission, and the Commission has limited resources and limited historical experience as well. So that was also one of the reasons why we received a huge number of requests for information from the European Commission. So there was a lengthy exchange of information and the details to set up the state aid. And it was a learning process for all sides involved. And I expect a similar thing for SMRs. You mentioned that ČEZ plans to operate SMR on the Temelín side around 2035. That's what they declare. They probably do not know the specific date, the specific deadline. I think they originally talked about 2032. Yes, that was their original plan. And it's not just a question of the technology and whether you'll be able to find a sufficient supplier chain, whether we'll have the resources, whether GDA will be implemented as it should and on time. And if I'm not mistaken, the first of a kind that Štěpán Kochanek talked about should not be built in the Czech Republic. It should be first in the UK, the one that's being built in the UK. So roughly around this time, it should already be up and operational. And that will be the first of a kind in the UK. So even though we're talking about SMRs, if we look at the classification of the International Nuclear Energy Agency, it's a unit up to 500 megawatt, which is comparable to Dukovany unit.
And I realize that most of you are aware of it. Just I want to reiterate it. The state aid and support will have been considered state aid, and one can actually expect similar time requirements, and let's hope the doesn't come with a new volume 2, and hopefully they will not come up with a completely new and changed system of how to administer the state aid, because it would make things complicated for all the stakeholders, including ČEZ. Okay, one more question concerning funding. I believe it's good to talk about money. EGAP has never had any issue with nuclear energy, although certain bankers were saying that nuclear is not the way to go, this not being in line with ESG and you know what, the rest of it. EGAP did realize the projects Mochovce in the Slovak Republic being one of the most important projects funded this way, but things are changing. The World Bank even might considering nuclear, and the bankers no longer consider the word nuclear to be a rude word. Most people might think about SMR rather than the big reactors, but I want to know what your take would be on this one, and what specifically does this mean for EGAP? Talking about nuclear in general, Mochovce Unit 1 and 2 was essentially one of the biggest projects in this area. So we started with that, and we never had any issue with that project. Although, having said that, there was a delay, there was a time gap for both these projects. Sometimes it's several years delay, in fact. In contrast with SMRs, SMRs could be simpler by design and volume, so it could be more straightforward. But if I were to give you an answer from the banking side, I have never seen anyone or heard anyone in the banking sector really frowning at nuclear. Yes, the most rude word you can actually use is to say coal. Yes, so that is the most problematic area to go to for you as a banker. similar, this is changing maybe the new US administration. Defense also, the defense sector has also been frowned upon by the banks, but it's changing again. So it never really has been this case of banks really being very critical to the nuclear sector. I believe the banking sector is able to and willing to flexibly respond. Well, I meant it as a hyperbole when I said it was a rude word, but I do remember that there were certain banks that sort of, in fact, did not go with that alley. Correct, there are banks that will say nuclear is a no-go area, but in my opinion, it's a minority. With coal, it's different. I would say 90% will tell you that coal is a no-go area. But with the defense industry, it looked like that the markets would actually frown upon the idea of funding defense, but now it's changing again. So I don't think there will be any issue for nuclear. Okay, does that have any impact on EGAP? Because there seems to be more willingness of the bankers to fund nuclear projects. I wouldn't say this has an impact on EGAP because we simply play by the international rules in terms of the OECD rules and as well as the European rules. But in my opinion, it has more impact on the companies proper and the exporters, because the more banks will be involved in this project, the more competition they will be enjoying on the market, thereby the conditions for them would be better. Okay, one more question I'd like to ask you about, and I dare say this is like speculation. I don't know what the reality is, but sometimes even the foreign companies were complaining that Czech counterparts don't have sufficient know-how, but they would need for them to have. So what's your position on this? You've worked with a lot of Czech companies, but I believe we've worked with the giants of the Czech industry, such as Skoda, JS, or Dosan, Skoda Power, and there are no doubts about these being really competent. Well, our experience has been very good, and one needs to realize that we are not just standing there at the beginning of the project, just walking into that situation when the supply chains and all these structures are being started off. No, when we step in, it's already way more developed. The project is already up and running, and when we step in, the supply chains have already been installed, all the structures are in place. So the less successful companies do not approach us. But I don't think I've ever come across a case in which a bank guarantee would have to be used in a nuclear energy project or some kind of defaults in performance. No, nothing like that. Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Probably not the case. I don't see any hands up, so let me continue for a bit. The proportion of Czech companies, Mr. Havlicek, this is to you. Do we still have the ambition to have a 60% portion of Czech-based companies delivering the job for the decarbonization project? Yes, that is definitely the ambition. At the same time, I'd love to bring your attention to the fact there's an EPC contract. So whoever finally picks the supply chain is the EPC contractor. So this really is a big topic for the state. The state does support it, but in fact, the state only has soft tools that they can actually use. The state authorities just weigh in fully. There is a KHNP center for the process of commissioning as many Czech supplies as possible. This is up and running, but it's important to realize that we are at the phase when there's a design phase, the design stage, and preparation for the projects and for tendering, and a big number of those tenders and calls for bids will be only announced at a later stage. So it's essential for Czech companies to really establish their basis, and then they can approach KHNP so that they have a better chance of bidding successfully in the future tenders. But still, the 60% aim is a fairly realistic objective at the end of the project, of course. Okay, is this under your remit? It's our section, not our department. Okay, at any rate, you could probably give me an answer. If 60% pulls off is achieved in this project, could it be the same for the SMR projects and the Rolls-Royce project? Yes, definitely. And in theory, it could be even higher if the ambition for Czech companies to be participating in this project as part of the supply chain is fulfilled. Then, yes, I mean, this was one of the motivations or reasons for ČEZ to be part of the Rolls-Royce project there, so that the motivation of Czech companies is higher. Rolls-Royce and Siemens Energy have agreed on the power room, I suppose, for the whole turbo set. Then the absolute proportion of Czech companies delivering the job might be actually lower. But anyway, I want to bring up another question that is perhaps on the legal side. I talked to someone from KPMG, sorry, KHNP, excuse me. There are certain rules that do not allow companies to be preferred. This is a European type of rule. So to what extent can we actually get the Czech contracts on the way?
Well, that's complicated issue, because on one hand, we have to consider potential discrimination or setting up conditions and limiting who can participate and who cannot participate in that tender. So you must not violate the basic rules of free market in the EU. On the other hand, the tender received a security exception, so it was not a standard tendering process, which is governed by the public procurement legislation. So I can imagine that under certain conditions, we could have a regime that in which the investor could give priority to Czech companies, Czech suppliers. It is really not an easy issue to explain. I don't want to simplify it too much. But if we want to achieve a balanced situation, balanced conditions for the developer and the contractor and the suppliers, there would probably have to be a joint selection process of some of the suppliers. And if we receive a price which is higher than the price in the tender, and I suppose that at least a part of the price is fixed. I don't have enough information, but I suppose that is. So we must not achieve a regime which would influence the price negatively. And we don't want to be in a situation when the EPC contractor is limited. So they would have to stick to the time and a fixed budget, but would not have free hands to choose their own suppliers. So it's about properly designing the supplier model. And I am awaiting what would happen myself with these requirements. If we look at the nuclear projects that have been implemented so far, localization is quite common. And even the European Commission is able to understand that for certain operational and safety reasons and for the development of nuclear industry in a given country, it really is legitimate to localize the projects, so to choose the suppliers locally. But the consequences for the single market also needs to be considered. So I guess it would have to be solved within the notification process. So you have to think about it in advance, plan for it in advance. Maybe now it will be